more races behind me than anybody in the sport here at Aqueduct. Richie Migliore, happy to be here with you and happy to have some great racing. And Rattle and Roll, I know you love those blue-collar type horses, and this is kind of a throwback, too. It's nice to see a 5-year-old, going to be 6, looking for a 6-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I mean, horses don't fully mature till the age of 5, Chris. It's so good to be here with you as well. And we're seeing the best version of Rattle and Roll, and he comes off the biggest effort of his life back in the Cup of the Holy Mosques in Saudi Arabia, and he's reunited with Joel Rosario, who was aboard this day as well. So if he can run back to this kind of effort, he's got to be tough here, doesn't he?
Yeah, maybe a very long stretch there in Saudi, and you take a look at this effort, big field like that. More compact field today, obviously, at Oaklawn Park, but if he gets the right setup, he can really get rolling late.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's going to get the kind of pace scenario that really benefits his style, but he's a horse that is good, and this is kind of a jumping off point for him, if you will.
You do see the throwback that I am referencing in a blue collar type horse, and we've talked about it plenty in the claiming ranks, but graded stakes winner, a 7-time graded stakes winner. It's been a little bit since the grade 2 Clark when he won it last 2 years ago, I should say. But Rattle and Roll, he seems to be coming into it well, and trainer Ken McPeak, he knows where to spot his horses too.
Yeah, that's one thing, you know, Kenny. He'll shop around for spots. Obviously, he has a division at Oaklawn Park. And Rattle and Roll, a 6, soon to be 7-year-old, you know, and he's a whole horse. So that's what it's unusual to see them compete into their later years, because I'm sure he can have a stallion deal someplace. And just what you're alluding to, I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. He brings his lunch pail and he goes to work.
Yeah, sounds great. Looking forward to the Tinsel Stakes a little bit later this afternoon. There's quite a few races leading up to that stakes in our featured event here on FS1, but we've also got a carryover today in their Class 6, and we've got Megan Burgess, who is trackside as well, and she's going to bring us plenty of the action trackside. Megan, it's great to see you, and lots of great racing ahead here on this Saturday.
Great to see you again, Chris. Great show yesterday, but always love seeing the MIG up there and in the ear. But it's going to be a great day of racing here. We've got a $110,000 carryover that has just been building as these pick 6 sequences have been a bit tricky. But I absolutely love what's on deck here in Hot Springs. We're kicking things off with some really interesting races, but obviously the feature in the Tinsel later on in race number 8, the stalwart that is Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll, still around. And for a horse to win a Grade 1 all the way back in 2020, is pretty impressive, but Willie Dees looks to be a newcomer, the youngster per se, as a 4-year-old, and he might have the tactical edge as he's going to have that speed early. We'll see if he gets loose on the front end. I'm not so sure with the number 2 Woodcourt. I find getting back to Oaklawn Park could be up there contending for that early pace, but he's just been right there. He's been a horse that, yes, he comes off a disappointing effort in the Grade 2 Lucas Classic, rushing up for speed that day, but I find him in this compact group to possibly have maybe an edge there as far as the dynamics of this race is concerned, but they're all going to have to get around that Grade 1 winner in Rattle and Roll if he shows up on the day, Chris. It looks to be an exciting card from top to bottom here at Oaklawn Park.
Thanks so much, Megan. Looking forward to all that great racing action there at Oaklawn Park, and it's going to be a great day overall because not only do we have the Tinsel Stakes and we've got Tampa, we got a great lineup ahead, and we're going to take a look at those races right now as we take a look at what we've got on schedule. And this is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We've got Oaklawn, we've got $110,127 in their Class 6. That's a nice carryover, the Tinsel Stakes, and then that $5 final daily double. We'll talk about that plenty. And then we go over to Tampa, their allowance. They got a feature race. They're fast and firm, and looking forward to that too. Don't forget, if you want to get involved, you can get over to Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. You can join now at nairabets.com. Now in Arizona, too. Get involved there in Arizona on all the action. We got Tampa Bay coming up next, and we're going to head down to Tampa. Race number 5, about 5 minutes away there from their 5th race, and a nice full field when we take a look at today's 5th, and we are on the turf at 1:16.
Yeah, good competitive heat here. Really devoid of speed, though. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of pace signed on here. I do believe in inside post, Chris, and saving ground is so important to winning turf races.
All right, let's take a look at this post parade. The number 2 is going to be That Son of a Gun.
Consistent, hard knocking sod. It graduated from the non-winners of 2 and a life 16 for a good third in the non-winners of 3, trained by Pat McBurney, longtime assistant to John Forbes.
There is going to be Antonio Gallardo aboard the number 3 in Magic Heart.
Yeah, another one comes out of that same race with the 2-horse, That Son of a Gun, finished right ahead of him, and a horse that does have the ability to lay a little bit closer.
Sonny Leone's going to be on the 4 there, next at 3-1.
Well, all you got to know is the way Sonny Leone rode Rich Strike in the Derby, you know he's going to save ground.
Big long shot here, Lake Chapala.
Yeah, it just feels like he's going to have to improve off of some of his current races.
6 is going to be coming up next there. Wesley Ho aboard Toro Forward.
This is a horse that at times can be forward. Maybe this is a horse that lends itself to the pace.
Gerald Bennett continues to be very strong there at Tampa Bay Downs, as he always is, and he's got the 7, Endless Rain.
Yeah, another one that ran against the likes of Magic Heart, That Son of a Gun, and that was off an extended layoff. That horse could take a step forward.
Charlie Marquez. That 8 is Chaz the Chief.
Lacks speed, but drops back down in company. Last seen for a tag, did win at the Meadowlands.
Tony Wilson's got the 9, Farrell's Joy.
Another one lacking some speed that I think is important, important commodity to have here.
Long shot the 10.
Horse has speed sprinting on dirt, but where's that speed go every time he hits the turf?
And then we move towards the outside. There's Case Pick, the 11 going on by. Let's talk about the number 12 in Latin Force.
Yeah, tough post, but drops back down in class. Needs to work out a trip.
And there is the 13. Dial him up to round out that post parade as we're getting ready for race number 5. We are 3 minutes away. We're going to be on the turf. And it's plenty here in New York, but we've got Acacia Clement, a very familiar face down there at Tampa Bay. We're getting ready for a turf race. Acacia, it's great to see you. Nice turf racing and some great racing overall at Tampa.
Great to see you too, Chris and Richie, and of course, Megan, distant to the power of technology here, as it is an absolutely glorious day at Tampa Bay Downs. So happy to have some turf racing to talk about on the show as we celebrate the 100th season here at Tampa Bay Downs, track that opened in 1926. So a really special winter season that has been kicked off here at Tampa. And on paper and on the board, it looks like there are a couple of horses that the public's zeroing in on. In the flesh, that stacks up as well. Starting with your favorite, the number 3, Magic Heart. To Richie's point, there's not much speed in here. And this is a horse that looks tremendous second off the layoff, and I thought ran very well coming from off the pace last time. It's just that he does not have any early speed, at least in his recent races, and he's a horse that has not seen the winner's circle in quite a long time, and that does concern me a bit, though he has been remarkably consistent. He's super fit. He finished second best that day, but running well off the bench. He is outfitted with a Houghton bit. I saw him last winter here, and he was very sharp and energetic, far more laid back this year as a 4-year-old, I will say. I landed on the 2, That Son of a Gun, in large part because I think he does have a little bit more tactical speed. He came from off of it last time, but he had a big warm-up from Sammy Marin, who's been riding exceptionally well, as is always the case down here at Tampa, and especially since the meet kicked off. Honestly, he just kind of looks best in the preliminaries. Great energy to him, super warm-up, super coat as well. Couldn't get second that day, but Sammy rode this horse 2 back and had him a little bit more forward, and I think that's the kind of trip we're going to see from him in here. The number 4, Post Command. Now he is one that could benefit with the scratch of the 1 and the lack of pace in here. Post Command, who does lure Sonny Leone, trying to make it back-to-back wins. He is a horse that can be forward. He hit the gate pretty good coming out last time out, though, and was still able to press the pace setter, finishing best, looking like a winner every step of the way. Steps up to the next level of competition, but we'll see if his tactics do help him. He did get a little bit warm out there on track, but the day has heated up a bit as the time has gone on. Finally, the 7, Endless Rain, for Gerald Bennett, who has always been a strong presence here at Tampa Bay Downs. So many training titles to his name, as this is a horse who comes out of that same race that Magic Heart, That Son of a Gun, do as well. A lot of horses facing each other yet again in here. It was pretty spicy back in the paddock, but this is one that was really at the back, and he was pretty wide last time out. He did kind of finish on that left lead, just really kind of lingering a little bit, and he has lost some of his speed in his recent races, both on Tapeta and on turf. So I wonder if we will see him go back to some of those tactics, or maybe just kind of losing some of that early speed that he did have. It's not the best sign for how he might be able to finish those races as well, Chris.
Thank you very much, Acacia. And taking a look at a 2-1 favorite in the 3 right now. And when you have kind of you don't have an overwhelming favorite in this race, Richie, so you're going to take a shot with a long shot, and you go to the 11 here.
Yeah, I mean, I have some reasoning behind it. The horse was off from October 16th of 24 till October 11th, basically a year. Comes back on the wrong surface, sprinting, dirt. That tells me they just wanted to shake the ring rust off, right? Get some of them racing cobwebs out of the way. If you go back to this horse's turf races, they're all good enough to compete here. He's coming back at a reduced level, had that one race to maybe get him there, and he has speed in a race that I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on. So at a big price, the 11K's pick, who is 2 for 5 on the Tampa Bay turf course, I'll take a little bit of a swing.
And with the horses coming out of the chute here and getting that kind of run up there to get to hook up with the main course, your favorites are down towards the inside. The 2, the 3, and the 4, how important is it going to be for them to get position early coming out of that little left-hander for them to get, you want to save ground as a rider? What are you thinking there? Because all the long shots are towards the outside.
Yeah, the long shots are toward the outside, but there's always that tendency, right? It's like a big wave at the beach. It's going to kind of fold over from the outside towards the inside. Everybody wants to get down inside to save ground. So if you're on one of the preferred inside runners, like the 2, that Son of a Gun, or the 3, Magic Heart, I do think you want to come out aggressive enough that you don't get shuffled back. Don't want to overuse your horse, but they're going to jam up a little bit at that elbow as they angle into the stretch off of that, out of that chute. I don't want to be victimized. I want to come out aggressive enough to make sure I can hold my position.
All right, we'll see what happens there. We'll see who can save ground. We'll see who gets to the winner's circle. Keisha's on the 2. Richie's on the 11. Jason Beam, he's at Tampa Bay Downs. He's their track announcer. Looks like the 2 acting up just a little bit there for Sammy Marin. Pat McBurney trainee, 3rd last time out, but looks like we're set to load. Jason Beam with the call.
This rain coming up. Dial him up. Cesar Gonzalez, the 7-pound apprentice, to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. Case Pick came out just a touch awkwardly. Toward the inside, that Son of a Gun showing good early speed. Post Command is right there, and joining them, Toro Forward, the gray, up on the front end. Also handy is Chaz the Chief. And from the far outside, Case Pick, after a bad beginning, is rushing up. And Case Pick all the way up to grab the lead from Toro Forward, who's going to have to sit second. 2.5 more back to Chaz the Chief, who's third. Down to the inside, that Son of a Gun is fourth. Wild Wide Latin Force making some ground, but 4 deep in fifth. Then comes Post Command, Farrell's Joy. They're 6th and 7th. Magic Heart stays toward the inside in the black in 8th. It's another link to Lake Chapala in 9th. Zoo Daddy is 10th with 2 beat early on. Those are Endless Rain. And Dial Him Up is the trailers. Up on the front end, Case Pick, this long shot leader, kicking away. Case Pick, 23.15 seconds for the opening quarters, opened up 5. Toro Forward all alone in the second spot. It's 3.5 more. Back to Chaz the Chief, who's now clear third. Length and a half after that to that Son of a Gun in fourth. Latin Force fifth. Down to the inside comes Post Command. Magic Heart. So the 2 favorites are sitting back 6th and 7th right now. Farrell's Joy moving to that one's outside with Lake Chapala. So they go to the fire turn, 46.53. It's been an honest tempo for K's Pick. That lead was still 5 lengths as they go by the 3/8 pole. Toro Forward from second. Length and a half more back to Chaz the Chief in third. That Son of a Gun is fourth. Post Command trying to come through down toward the inside of fifth. Farrell's Joy. Magic Heart trying to follow Post Command right now as K's Pick's 5-length lead is just about gone. Toro Forward now coming up right alongside of K's Pick. These 2 into the stretch. That Son of a Gun moves to the outside. Chaz the Chief dives down toward the rail. Post Command going to look for a seam in behind runners. Magic Heart wheels to the outside. Toro Forward just a 16th of a mile to go. Post Command going to dive down toward the inside. That Son of a Gun is third. Toro Forward. Post Command up the inside. They drive to the wire. Post Command in time. Toro Forward was second, then came Magic Heart, and that Son of a Gun finished fourth.
Well, it's not the Kentucky Derby, of course, but ground-saving journey, Sunny Leon for trainer Darian Rodriguez. They do get the score there with the number 4 in Post Command. 4-year-old gelding by Il Pacino, the New Jersey bred, takes down the pot.
You got to love the way Sonny Leon knifed his way through this field, turning for home, found the split. He's a very strong finisher, and he gets it done. I got a little bit of a thrill there when this 11K's Pick opened up a big lead. I'm going to play him back one more time. Might have needed another one. It was a little fresh.
Yeah, bet him next time out there. Trainer Steve Asmussen approaching 1,000 wins at Oaklawn Park. He's only 4 away. We'll see if he can get there here on America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races here on FS1. And it's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. And a nice shot there of downtown Hot Springs, down there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. They're getting ready for the winter season. It still looks pretty warm down there right now, but you've walked many miles, and we got a post parade coming up here. I was going to ask you about how many miles. We'll ask you that later. Race number 4 is coming up here at Oaklawn. It does kick off one of their pick 4s there, and we've got 6 minutes until today's 4th. Going to go this 6 furlong distance, and here is the 1, Navy Seal.
Navy Seal, consistent, hard-knocking son of midshipman, good closing sprinter.
All right, taking a look at the 2 now. Ron Moquette has got the 2 to 110 Stadium.
Really kind of put it together, stretching out against Arkansas Breds. The 6-year-old did. I think this is a stepping off point.
Trainer Shea Stewart had a win yesterday. There's a 3, Owls Romeo.
Really good form earlier this year at Oaklawn Park, and a horse that can lay up fairly close.
Big price, 46 to 1. The 4, a Fleet Sky.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse is going to have to find a race we have not seen from him yet.
Manny Esquivel and Cipriano Contreras, they're going to team up quite a bit. There's the 5 at 25 to 1.
Turning back in distance, just another one that feels like he's going to have to find a better race than we've seen.
Winner of the last 2, 10 to 1 right now, Chrome's Echo.
Yeah, this horse has had big gaps in his races, but has shown ability and can be versatile, lay up close or close.
This one taking quite a bit of money here. The second choice, that's Bohemian Bow.
I think here's your speed, particularly with Walter Dela Cruz, who is consistently aggressive.
And the 8 is going to be Betty's Cash.
Another one that lays up close, getting back to Hot Springs, where it's had some success, 4 for 21.
And Jamie Torres, a name that we know here in New York. That's going to be the 9, Willow Creek Road.
Yeah, Willow Creek Road coming off an extended vacation, did have one start at Delaware Park, but was facing the best of this division, was second in Navy Seal last winter at Oaklawn.
Navy Seal right now, the number 1 at 8 to 5, and trainer Nancy Knott is right now with our own Megan Burgess.
Well, thrilled to be joined by one of the first faces that I met here at Oaklawn, one of the first mornings that I was here, and Nancy Knott. And Nancy, this is the only horse in the barn for you. He is your boy. How has he been coming into himself off of the layoff?
Oh, he's been working good, galloping good, just was calm coming over today, and I think he's going to run really good.
You led him over with the pony. You can clearly see the special connection that you and this horse have. Can you just speak to the years that you've spent with him?
I've had him since he was 3, and he's ending his 7-year-old year right now, so it's been about 5 years, and almost every day I learned something new about him. But he's just a really wound-up horse, so it's been challenging to keep him calm. And that's been the biggest challenge of the whole 5 years, because he can run. It's just keeping him contained and letting it wait for the race time. So, but I keep the pony in front of him on the way over here to block the tractors coming by, because he's a little skittish of the tractors.
Well, tremendous job just developing this horse along. He's just been an iron horse here in Arkansas Bred Company at Oaklawn. Best of luck today, Nancy.
Thank you so much.
Chris?
Thank you very much there. And Nancy Knott, she obviously knows what she's doing here with Navy Seal. Had that time off and back with the Arkansas Breds this afternoon. And Nancy Knott, she really knows this horse well.
Yeah, I mean, she's had 7 starters this year. All 7 of them were Navy Seal, right? So her 2 wins. He's earned over $235,000 this year and nearly $650,000 in his career. He's just a cool character, and the longer a rider could sit on him, the more potent his closing kick is. You're seeing Julian Leperoux kind of find his way through the field here, angled back to the inside, and he finishes. I love closing sprinters, Chris. They're to me, some of the most exciting horses you could watch.
Going to be a little fresh here coming into this race, so you think that'll put the horse a little bit closer up. He shows that stalking type gear here for a 7-year-old gelding. Will he be close up, especially with that rail draw?
Well, doesn't it feel like a very similar pattern to last year? He was off from September, where he ran at Hawthorne, until December 15th, when he won under Rafael Bejarano and got a good stalking trip that day. And that kind of set up his winter at Oaklawn. Last time he was seen was late August at Hawthorne. A very similar pattern come into this, and he runs well off the bench.
One of the horses looking to tackle the 1 here, the favorite. That's going to be the 2 right next door. Joel Rosario aboard the number 2 for Ron Moquette, and that's 110 Stadium.
Yeah, a horse that showed versatility by stretching out successfully in the Arkansas Breeders' Championship. But he's been very good sprinting as well. 3 for 15 at the distance, 4 for 20 at Oaklawn Park. He'd like to see things get a little bit hot up front. Ron Marquette had an incredible meet last year. He's already had a winner at the meet this year, but he's a trainer that I think really kind of builds his stable. into that crescendo. I think you'll see his horses run better with a race under their belt.
Let's go to Megan right now, and she's got plenty more on the 2.
Well, I agree with Mig as far as building these horses back into their form from Juan Moquet, and that's certainly a sentiment that I do hold for the number 2, 110 Stadium. As I picked him in this race, he's going to need a setup as far as the pace concerned, as he likes to come off of it, but I love him back into this race, getting back to that 6 furlong distance, which I preferred him. Of course, he won the Arkansas Breeders' Championship Stakes routing prior to the layoff at a whopping 37-1 with that very memorable rail trip that day, but he's a closing sprinter. He comes from off of it, and obviously could be a place to sharpen him off the bench, but to kind of prepare him for the journey ahead of these Arkansas bred opportunities. But to me, he seems like a horse that's been doing well coming off of the bench for Juan Moquet, and as I said, I do admire some of the things that as far as him building into form, but I did like him here in this race as far as others that are coming off of the layoff from a fitness perspective. But the number 7, Bohemian Beau, is a horse that, this is my first time seeing him. I think he's just a big burlier type of horse up there at 5-2 that I do think will benefit from a start. He's carrying all that good weight and condition. He's certainly an out and out sprinter there for the Tommy Vance barn, and he'd been running very well in his career best form prior to the layoff. Take back, of course, that sloppy effort at Churchill Downs, but I find him to be one, Chris, that will probably benefit from being able to get the start under his belt, albeit he will be one of the speeds in this race.
Thank you, Megan. And talking about this number 7, who's going to end up being your top pick, can this horse really be the controlling speed and clear the field and cross over and get in front of him?
Well, I think the key to the race is just outside of him with the 8, Betty's Cash, who can show really big speed at times. If that horse decides to allow Bohemian Beau the lead and just, find himself in a stalking place, it elevates Bohemian Beau a great deal. If the 8, Betty's Cash, runs with him, it's going to diminish his chances. I just think he's a horse that's good when he's loose, and those are the only 2 true speeds that I identify here.
Yeah, it does seem like the 1 and the 2, especially who we just spoke about, they're going to have to come from a little bit off of it. They've got inside draws, too, so those split-second decisions that they have to make is where they settle. And also what path they go through, because as we've seen them come into the top of the stretch, you got to really pick your lane at Oaklawn and just take that shot.
Well, and usually you have big, bulky fields. They're offering better than $900,000 a day in daily purses. That's going to lend itself to big purses, right? You put up the money, they're going to come. Navy SEAL, he's the one that I think will be a little bit sharper off of that layoff and probably put himself, and you get Francisco Arrieta, last year's leading rider.
Looking forward to what's going to happen here in race number 4. It does kick off a pick 4 for them at Oaklawn Park, as they've got that carryover in the Class 6 a little bit later on. It's not too far away. It's a fast main track, and they're getting ready to finish the rest of the load. Was there anybody else that you felt like maybe you can throw into some of those exotics? Big long shot.
The 3, Al's Romeo. He's really shown an affinity for Oaklawn Park.
All right, let's see what happens here. Arkansas breds going 6 furlongs. Matt Dinnerman, track announcer, with the call.
Outside post Willow Creek Road. Here's Willow Creek Road going in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for Alden after the start. A Fleet Sky had to steady hard and drops to the back. Bohemian Beau on the lead. Betty's Cash on his tail. He's second, though, as Bohemian Beau clears off, gets to the rail. Willow Creek Road, he runs in the 3rd position. Patton's Tizzy to the inside. Al's Romeo, he's 4 lengths off the lead. Just had to steady there off of heels down the backstretch. Navy Seal is past him. Chrome's Echo aggressively ridden. Just got a tap on the shoulder, and he's 5 lengths behind going into the far turn. Gap of 4 to a Fleet Sky and 110 Stadium as they go into the far turn run. Bohemian Beau, 3 furlongs to go, still clear on the lead, a length and a tail. Willow Creek Road takes up the running in the 2nd spot. Betty's Cash retreats to 3rd, and Patton's Tizzy is joining him. Navy Seals moving 3 wide at the quarter pole, has 2 lengths to gain at the top of the stretch. Bohemian Beau, he's the leader here. Willow Creek Road is second. Bohemian Beau opened up the lead again to 2. Here comes Navy Seal into the 2nd position. Bohemian Beau, 1 furlong to go, a 2-length lead. Navy Seal, second still with a 16th left. Bohemian Beau on top. Navy Seal second. 3 parts of a length behind, a half length. Going to be tight. Very tight indeed. Navy Seal, Bohemian Beau on the line together with Willow Creek Road 3rd. And Patton's Tizzy was 4th.
Doesn't always play out like it does on paper, but I felt like the race did just that. But that's a very tight photo at the finish between the number 7 in Bohemian Bow and Navy Seal trying to run him down. Who gets there at the wire?
Well, it's a tough angle, so it's really hard to say. Watching it the first time, I thought the inside might have hung on. Not watching it the second time, I do think the outside Navy Seal with the last run.
You think?
It's tight, though. It's a tough angle.
It's a tough
very,
angle.
very tough angle. Bohemian Bow, only surprise to me was that he wound up going off the favorite. Got his trip. He couldn't get more comfortable on the lead. 22 and change, 46 and change. Kicked away at the right moment. And then a very game Navy Seal comes with that last lunging run. And I had turned to you about the 8th pole and said that Bohemian Bow always gets a little bit late. Is he going to eke it out? And it's been put up. The 7 did hold on. Bohemian Bow over the 1. Navy Seal, very game, honest effort by both of these runners.
That's a great shot there, too, because you get a chance to see these riders pick their spots and find that lane to run through. And the top 2 just really ran off, but the 7 does hold off the 1. The number 9 rounds out your trifecta in Willow Creek Road. There, Jamie Torres aboard. So favorite gets it done. Speed gets it done. Richie Migliori, he's got a top pick that goes right to the winner's circle. We've got more winners to come. Plenty of racing action still to go. Right here on America's Day at the Races on FS1.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back here on America's Day at the Races, and it's brought to you in part by Hillendale. Atalapa. Winner circle time as we take a look at the result from today's fourth race there at Oaklawn Park. And that was Bohemian Bow, and it was Walter De La Cruz that just held on as was getting a little tired late. Navy Seal ran his race. They both seemed to run their race, but it's a matter of inches, a game of inches, and the 7 does just hold on.
But he got very comfortable on the lead when the 8 Betty's Cash decided to rate, and he was under a rating hold off of your winner, the 7 Bohemian Bow. He got comfortable, and that's the key to this horse. He's always going to get a little bit late. You've got to put a little separation and anticipate that he's going to bottom out, but he was able to hold off Navy Seal after setting a moderate pace, and Navy Seal, another very honest game effort from him.
Yeah, 7-1-9 is your trifecta, and of course, too, these are Arkansas breds, so you're going to see them with plenty more opportunities throughout the season, this holiday season, right into their classic season.
Oh, absolutely. You can take advantage of that rich Arkansas-bred program that they have, and it's going well.
All right, race number 5 is coming up. It's a $115,000 purse, as we were just speaking about. 6 furlongs will be the distance, and this is the beginning of their classics. It's pick 6, and it's one of those wagers, the new wagers that they've got there at Oaklawn Park. And you take a look at it, it's going to carry over if it's not hit, and they've got the Get Out Pick 3 as well. The last 3 races every single day with that 15% takeout. And then the late double. It's a daily final double. Last 2 races of the day, of course, with a 15% takeout with a $5 minimum. And we're taking a look at that Class 6. It's a carryover over $110,000. Megan, do you have some of the keys to this Class 6? Because we got to hit it. Big pot, big carryover.
I'm ready to hit it. We'll see if we can churn out some of those winners or even help you guys at home put together your tickets. Some ideas as far as some of those races are concerned. Yesterday, the sequence began with a $20 winner. So all things a blow as far as Oaklawn Park is concerned. But I want to start here in the first leg, race number 5 and the number 4, Queen's Martini, and one that looks to rebound, as you see there in the graphic. She's been working really well prior to the layoff, and she's one that's always kind of come back running well, fresh. But we'll go to race number 9, the number 4, Dive Bomber, and tactical speed, a consistent type, and rolling off those 3 wins, likes it here as the Oaklawn debut on race number 9. We'll see how he takes to the surface, but ending with the final leg with the number 1, Raise the Bar. Strong blowout win last time out for the Asmussen barn, and back in good order after some stakes wins. But I think it's going to be, to me, I think leaning on some horses, maybe trying to figure out the favorites that you opt to go against. It can be a way that you really feel your way out, as JK had mentioned it yesterday, trying to identify your stances and being strong in your conviction as you take on this classic Pick 6 sequence today with that massive carryover, Chris.
Yeah, really looking forward to the Class 6. It's going to start here in race number 5, and you talk about the keys and some of those selections, and really with a lot of horses coming off of layoffs too. It's a tough handicapping puzzle, and maybe that's why we're seeing so many carryovers early on in the meet. But what do you want to see on paper as far as training and coming up to the race? Can we find any keys, maybe familiarity with the course?
Well, you know, that's something I really look at, particularly at Oaklawn Park. You have so many horses coming in from different jurisdictions, and where is that speed going to hold up from, right? Or where is that form going to hold up from, I should say. Interestingly enough, in this particular race, Chris, not one horse sports a win at Oaklawn Park. Now, some of them haven't run there, but then you get a horse like the 2-horse Key to Success, who is a contender's taking money, 0 for 14 at Oaklawn Park. I'm going to look elsewhere when I see that.
Yeah, $115,000 purse there to kick off the Class 6. It's a tough sequence. It's been tough for the better so far, but maybe today is the day. And it's hard to find a single at Oaklawn Park sometimes, too. It's just so wide open.
It's so wide open, big competitive fields. And again, horses coming from everywhere. And it takes a little while to decipher where that form is going to hold up and be consistent.
Race number 6 is coming up at Tampa Bay Downs. They've got plenty of wagering going on there. They got a pick 4 coming up, but it's going to be that 7 furlongs. We got a post parade, and we've got a scratch of the 3 and the 10. Here is the 1 in Performance Plus.
Yeah, turning back from two-turn races after running 5.5 and 6, maybe 7 furlongs. It's the Goldilocks effect. Everything is just right.
The number 2 is going to be Don't Answer here at 15-1. We'll be coming up into your shot here pretty soon. Pablo Torres and Angel Serpa has them out. Yeah,
most recently on synthetic, dirt races. Feel like got to find a bit more in the tank.
Scratch of the 3. The 4 is going to be currently at 5-2, and that's going to be Artwell Wesley Hope.
Yeah, horse that's had a couple of good efforts at Tampa, and I like the turn back to 7 furlongs for this horse as well. I think helps see it out, kind of be able to finish the deal more.
Apprentice rider Cesar Gonzalez is going to be on the 5, Diamond Mesa.
Get that 7-pound break in weights for a horse that has a win at Tampa and has a win at 7 furlongs as well.
Sonny Leone, hot riding right now. The 6 is Melody Win.
Yeah, decent effort last time going 6. Stretches out off of that bit of a freshening. Could be a fitter racehorse now.
The 7 is coming up next, and that's going to be Sven Sarah Hess.
Yeah, has been running at Gulfstream. Does have 2 wins at Tampa. Last couple races, I guess they're good enough to compete here.
And Pat McBurney's got Sammy Marin aboard the number 8. Don't be so grouchy. I've never said that to you.
Well, you didn't know me when I was riding. Listen, Sammy Marin, I will say this. Acacia Clement was all over Sammy Marin last year as far as his ability.
The 9 is going to be David Songs.
Probably the speed of this affair, horse that shows consistent speed when it runs his A race.
The 10 appeared to be a contender that's going to be a scratch. The 11 is going to be Devil's Desire. Here comes the 12 next, and that's Candy Street, Ricardo Feliciano.
Yeah, has been running exclusively on synthetic recently. Sports no races on a fast dirt racetrack.
All right, race number 6 is coming up. It's the start of a pick 4, but important update from Acacia Clement. She's there at Tampa with more.
Yeah, Chris, there has been a little bit of a situation going on over the last week or so here at Tampa Bay Downs. About a week ago, there was a horse on the grounds here that did test positive for EHV1 equine herpes virus, resulting in 2 barns 25 and 26 being placed under quarantine, and just some stricter protocols taking place here at Tampa. You can see some neurological signs, some respiratory signs for those types of symptoms as well, and it was only the one horse that did test positive. But as a result, beginning last week with those 2 barns under quarantine, those horses shipping in here to Tampa will have to stay on the grounds. So speaking to my husband, Miguel, who has a horse entered in the last race, Level on a Left Bank, both that one and the horses he ran here at Tampa last week, opting to run them here, and then they'll stay in trainer Arnaud Delacour's barn for the next week until I believe the 27th is when that quarantine is listed and horses from those quarantine barns are able to run again. In addition, you cannot have horses shipping out from Tampa to run at other tracks during that time. So strict protocols to ensure that there are no additional cases. As I mentioned, there have not been, and when that quarantine is lifted, all the horses leaving, for instance, with the ones I mentioned going back to Payson Park, they will have to be tested for equine herpes virus before they are able to go back to their respective training centers. So you might have noticed maybe fewer shippers this weekend, and that is a reason why. But taking a look at some local horses or have been running here recently in this upcoming 6th race, beginning with your current favorite, the 6 Artwell, who ran twice here at Tampa going longer. Last time out went right to the front end and got passed late, but I thought all in all ran okay. I love the cutback for him. He's compact, he's short coupled. I'm surprised he's run so many races going longer because he's built like a sprinter. I do think on paper and in the flesh as well, he looks like he is the horse to beat. I was intrigued by the 7 Swen, though. As Richie mentioned, maybe his last races at first glance don't look as strong, but I think those races that he was running over at Gulfstream stack up well coming here to Tampa. Sometimes horses in the claiming races, you'll see aggressive drops, especially as you get closer to the winter into some of those lower level claiming races over at Gulfstream. It was also a wet track last time out where he actually ran on really well, and he has been ridden by 7-pound apprentices in all of his recent starts, picking up Sarah Huss, who's been having a strong meet here, and the horse that beat him last time out, Sweet Cha-Cha, did come back to win again with a 71 Beyer speed figure. I liked him at a price in this spot. Now the number 12, Candy Street, coming back off a layoff, and as Richie said, have never run on the fast main track before, but has been training here locally at Tampa, which I take as a plus. And while he hasn't run since April, Jonathan Kinchin pointed this out the other day. Tampa, it's a sandy track, can be a little bit of a quirky track sometimes. The horses that have been legged up on synthetic really seem to take well to this track, so maybe something to watch. He could strengthen a bit off the bench, but a horse I'm going to watch with interest, Chris.
Richie, the number 4 is going to be your top pick in here, and Wesley Ho. Some speed for this horse, but I do wonder, as a rider, the 7 furlong distance, is it tough to gauge from a pace standpoint? Are you going too fast? Do you want to sit back a little farther? Because it's not 6 furlongs that you think sprint, right? It's one of those elongated sprints. So is it a little bit tougher at 7 furlongs?
Well, it is. You've got to be aware of the fact that you have that other 220 yards to negotiate on the tail end of it, so you can't go all in. But honestly, you need to have developed a clock in your head as a jockey. I think a lot of trainers make a mistake now, and they want to put headsets on everybody in the morning. And that inhibits your ability to not only form that clock in your head, but to keep it tuned. If someone's constantly in your ear telling you just went an 8th and 13, an 8th and 12, you need to rely on your internal clock so you're comfortable when you're on the lead that you're doing it properly.
Split-second decisions that the jockeys have to make, the 4, got to be front end to win it?
No, but I think he finds himself stalking coming off of the longer races, and that foundation, that fitness level from longer races should see him through.
Jason Beam with the call.
And the race is on. Very level beginning. Artwell toward the inside, asked for speed. Performance Plus is close up. Swen in the orange colors is also handy as they go through that chute. It's Sven just in front of Artwell. Those two 1-2 as they meet up with the main course proper. And behind them, Candy Street was out in third. Melody Wynn is back fourth with Devilish Desire. Then comes a lineup of runners. Diamond Mesa down toward the inside. Don't Be So Grouchy is in that next flight with David Song to the far outside. It's a break of 2.5 more then. Back to Don't Answer. Another 4 and a Performance Plus who broke sharp but settles back 10th and last. As up front, it's Swen, the leader. 22.55 seconds, the opening quarter mile for Swen as they go by the half-mile pole in front of length and a half to Artwell, who chases in second. They're 2.5 clear of Candy Street, who's in the third position. Then comes Melody Wynn, fourth toward the inside. David Song starting to move out 4 deep, is now up to fourth, coming up into third now as they wind around that far turn. It's Swen in front. Swen, the leader, by a length. Artwell in the second spot. On the far outside, David Songs continues to make steady progress from the back. Don't Be So Grouchy trying to wind it up with Devilish Desire. David Songs comes after the lead at the top of the stretch. It's David Songs, but a wall of challengers just in behind. Don't Be So Grouchy moving up on the far outside. Artwell had to tap on the brakes there in traffic. Melody Wynn is in that firing line as well. A final 16th to go, and it's a scramble. Don't Be So Grouchy on the outside. Artwell down on the inside. Melody Wynn. These are the two that emerge. Melody Wynn and Don't Be So Grouchy. Melody Wynn at 7-2 to win it. Don't Be So Grouchy was second. Third ended up close there on the far outside. Don't Answer got into a photo.
Sonny Leone, the rider, once again having himself a day, and he finds that open seam. He's able to get the victory and just hold off the number 8. Kind of pulled away at the end on Don't Be So Grouchy.
You know, you see this consistently from Sonny Leone, where he saves ground. He finds his way through traffic so well, and that's a gift. Some riders just not as good as others. Sonny Leone showed the world he was capable of negotiating 19 other rivals in the Kentucky Derby and riding very, very well at Tampa this meeting.
Ends up 6-8, look like the 2 to round out that trifecta. We've got the start of the Class 6. It's coming up, a carryover over $110,000. Taking a look at the paddock as the horses are getting set to come onto the track when we come back with the Class 6 at Oaklawn on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS1 as we get set for race number 5, and it does start the Classics. It's a carryover in their pick 6. It's a $1 minimum, and it has not been hit yet, I believe, at the meet. So just continue to see this carrying over, and we'll see if that continues this afternoon. It's a fast track. It's a nice day out there, and we got a nice field coming onto the track here, going that 6 furlongs. And from a betting standpoint, these are the types of races where you talked about they haven't won at Oaklawn. Somebody's got to win here first time at Oaklawn, so can you take too short of a price? We'll find out. Post-parade, number 1 is coming up, and that's Ricardo Santana Jr. here for David Fox. That is the 1 in Untamed Moment.
A nice win on debut for this homebred for Alex and Joanne Leblong. Was professional, did everything right. Will have to be from that inside post.
Has won 3 in a row. Horse comes from Thistledown, the 2 key to success.
And she does have 7 wins from 35 starts. 0 for 14 at Oaklawn, but a lot of foundation.
And there is Manny Esquivel on the 3 at a big number.
Yeah, big number. A horse that is 0 for 6 at Oaklawn, but comes off a win at Canterbury.
Ron Moquette and Joel Rosario teaming up. Queen's Martini.
Yeah, more of a closing sprinter type. She sure would like to see some pace on here.
This horse has been very consistent in the last few starts. That's going to be the 5, Electrifying Lady.
Very consistent, run extremely well in each of her last 6 or 7 starts, and comes back to Oaklawn where she had a good second last year.
And the 6 is 9 to 5, Moonlight Dash.
Another one, lacks a lot of experience. 2 starts, 1 on turf. Just dominated on dirt. If she runs that race, she'll be tough.
Christian Torres on the 7, the Great Maybe.
Yeah, comes off of a couple good efforts. 1 on synthetic recently, but has run well on dirt.
And this is a horse that we've seen right here in New York. That's going to be the 8, Philly Crystal.
Should be forward, has some speed, has some races at Oaklawn that would be very competitive. She's 2 starts, 2 seconds.
12 to 1 towards the outside, the 9, Kelly's Girl.
Yeah, first time ever running here at Oaklawn, comes off of that Hawthorne. She's been fairly consistent there.
Rider Amir Mendoza, we saw a big victory yesterday. There is the 10 at 24 to 1.
Getting back to sprinting, which is what this horse wants to do. Nice effort, 2 back at Churchill Downs. Has to work out a trip from the outside. You don't want to be strung along too wide there.
All right, taking a look at race number 5, and that is the field, and they've got an exacta bonus out there as well at Oaklawn Park. So get involved in that exacta bonus. 10%, you can bet that at Naira Bets. Get involved, earn a 10% bonus on the exactas right here today. NairaBets.com. 4 minutes away here from race number 5, and trainer Steve Asmussen is just 4 wins away here, Richie, from 1,000. It's a big, I mean, come on, his career, he's done it all, but to hit that 1,000, that big round number there at Oaklawn, that's got to mean something to him.
Well, absolutely. You think about a trainer's career. If they train 1,000 wins in their entire career, that's a really good career for a trainer. This is 1,000 wins at just one jurisdiction. I mean, amongst his many thousands of training victories. And usually he gets off to a bit of a slow start at Oaklawn. Well, yesterday I think he had a winner, and today he won the first 2 races, if I'm not mistaken, with his son Eric aboard. Or maybe that was yesterday, excuse me. So he's gotten off to a good start today. This is his first runner. And honestly, this is who I like, the Electrifying Lady. She's consistent. She's hard-knocking. She's run well at Oaklawn. I think she kind of checks the boxes as far as that balance. Moonlight Dash, super impressive last time on dirt. She didn't have as much experience.
Yeah, Moonlight Dash, talking about that effort. Tried turf the first time, eased, kind of throw out that effort, really bounced back and won the maiden effort and did it very impressively, front-running score.
Yeah, and you see Phil Bauer having a presence this year at Oaklawn. Last year, I believe he just shipped a few in for Rigney Racing. Listen, she was very good. She had a very high buyer figure. She had good natural speed. But you have other horses that, to me, just have more experience, and it's a tough ask to go from facing maidens to facing winners, and particularly multiple winners like you have in here. Not doubting her ability whatsoever.
Yeah, or a lightly raced horse there in the 6, and $80,000 already in new money in the Class 6, so the bettors definitely getting involved with this carryover. And another lightly raced horse, a 3-year-old filly, down towards the inside. That's going to be the David Fox trainee in Untamed Moment. 1 for 1 in the career and did it from off the pace. That's pretty tough on debut.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really got to like about this debut. Let's put figures aside, buyer figures, whatever speed figures you use. When you see a young horse do this, take kickback, find a seam, not be intimidated, come through inside of horses, this speaks a lot about her quality. As much as of her ability, her professionalism as a racehorse really shone through. This is not typical of a first-time starter.
All right, some of those lightly raced horses are going to be taking a significant amount of action in here. Long shots, but some tough campaigners. Megan Burgess with more.
Well, the number one Untamed Moment is one that it caught my eye, and as I was catching up with the Leblongs and David Fox there, she's been doing well off of the time, and she's one that has grown up a bit. She might even want more distance than this. Could be just a starting point for her. She's a big, leggy, athletic type filly, and I echo the sentiments of Mig. She did everything so professionally, being able to take that dart, sit off the pace, race between horses. She does draw the rail again today, but I find her to be competitive right back again here in this spot. The number 6, Moonlight Dash, the half actually to Graded Stakes winner Donegal Momentum, a winner onto the grass, but she just was so impressive, as we mentioned, in her maiden win there at Churchill Downs, and she's one that is just a short coupled. She's kind of smaller in her frame, and she's just an out-and-out sprinter. I find her to be one that has the recency, obviously, that blowout victory. She's one I would confidently key in kicking off this sequence, but I landed on the number 4, Queen's Martini for the Ron Moquette barn. Been working really well coming off that layoff since February. No videos, but started her back in September and had one work and gave her more time, and then steady on from November as she ran that really strong race 3 back at Churchill Downs and then regressed. But she overall she has a tendency to be a bit sluggish from the gate. She is kind of a closing type horse, can be left to the mercy of the setup, but I find Joel Rosario taking over for Flavian Pratt here, not a bad thing. And in terms of her running fresh, I'm confident that she will be fit and ready for the task. So I'm keying in on the number 6. My selection was the number 4 here, but it's 4 and 6 to kick off this sequence in this classic pick 6 here, Chris.
Yeah, looking forward to the start of this Class 6 as that pool continues to grow. So giving time to the bettors to really take a look. And with these tough sequences and when it's tough to really find that single, at 6 to 5, is this far too short a price here on the 6 in Moonlight Dash?
Well, I think everybody looks at that buyer figure, 82, fastest of anything you've seen from anybody in their career at this point. She owns natural speed. Phil Bauer's a guy who knows how to win, consistently wins at a high percentage, and he's been with Rigney Racing for a very long time. And that speaks volumes to a relationship as far as communication and trust between an owner and a trainer. And I've said this all along, Chris, trainers will get more out of riders if they trust them to do their job, allow them to do their job. Don't micromanage. And the same with owners. They're going to get more out of their trainers if they allow them to do their job. Don't micromanage.
And we were talking about trainer Steve Asmussen as he's looking for 1,000 career victories. He's got to win 4 more, and he's got the 5 in here, and you got Johan Rosado who's going to be aboard. This horse has won 3 of her last 5, and she's been consistent. Was at Horseshoe Indy, then last was at Remington Park. Took a lot of money there. This is different company, but this is a multiple-time winner here that's taking on horses that have just won their maiden.
Yeah, and that's what attracted me to her as well, right? 10 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. She really hasn't done anything wrong in her career. Maybe she hasn't been good enough, she didn't win, but I think she's in very good form now. And this is a rider that I'm not as familiar with, Rosado, but Steve Asmussen's been using him fairly consistently. That, to me, speaks volumes. It gives him credibility when a world-class horseman uses a rider consistently.
And you talk about Steve Asmussen kind of rounding his horses into form a little bit as far as to start the meet. And you see him, he's going to send out plenty of runners. But when you give a rider an opportunity like this, what's the feeling for the rider? Are you trying to – you don't want to do too much, right? You got to still let the horses do their thing.
Well, it's the thing. It's a funny balance, right? Because you want to get off to a good start with somebody like this. You're getting a big opportunity. Your tendency is maybe to overthink it, overdo it a little. Instead of allowing things to happen, you're trying to make things happen. You just got to stay cool. You can ride as fast as that horse can run.
And you got to trust the horse and got to trust their ability. This is, again, a multiple-time winner, the 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke. That Class 6 pool continues to grow. It looks like it's well over $200,000 now. So plenty of money out there here to kick things off. And if you can get outside of the favorite, we've seen it yesterday too. It's just kind of those mid-range prices. You don't need these big bombs, 24 to 1 shots, 33 to 1 shots. You can find some of these 5 to 1, 6 to 1s, and that's going to continue you on and still be a nice return.
These big fields at Oaklawn, competitive racing. Pat Pope, the racing secretary, does a tremendous job of putting cards together. you can mine that nugget of gold. There are a lot of opportunities if you use your imagination and kind of read between the lines a little bit.
Hopefully the bettors there got involved at Naira Bets. It's the start of the Class 6, a big carryover coming in, and it's going to be that 6 furlong distance here. Exciting one coming up. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Seva Le Charlie to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Untamed Moment that leapt in the air at the start. Philly Crystal hard ridden for the lead. Queen's Martini not far off is fresh here taking the second spot. Electrifying Lady runs in the third position. Here's Untamed Moment firing forward. Moonlight Dash is moving with her. And these two are stepping on the gas right now. Untamed Moment goes on to grab the lead as they approach the half-mile pole. Moonlight Dash follows her, claims the second spot. Queen's Martini is back in third. And Philly Crystal, who broke alertly, is back in fourth now, joined by Electrifying Lady. Philly Crystal and Electrifying Lady there together. Then comes Kelly's Girl as they round the far turn. The Great Maybe saving ground is 5 from the top. 3 back here in the field to Key to Success, who's hard ridden towards the back with C La Vie Charlie as they come to the top of the lane. Untamed Moment under pressure. Here's Queen's Martini in the 3 path, comes charging for the lead. Moonlight Dash is trying to move with her, but Queen's Martini has a narrow lead coming down the lane. Untamed Moment trying to stick to her from the inside, but Queen's Martini has a narrow lead here approaching the 16th pole. Queen's Martini half length in front. Untamed Moment coming back at her from the inside. These two together, and Queen's Martini finishes out. Queen's Martini got it over Untamed Moment. Third home was Kelly's Girl, and then fourth maybe Moonlight Dash.
Megan Burgess top pick there. The number 4 Queen's Martini. Joel Rosario aboard. Ron Moquette, you knew he was going to get one to the winner's circle, and he gets it done here with the 4-year-old Philly.
Yeah, watch Joel Rosario kind of guide his filly down to meet the challenge of the one Untamed Moment, who looked like Queen's Martini was ready to draw away from her, and Untamed Moment was like, no, I got other things to say. I'm going to fight you for it. And it's just a subtle little move. Watch Joel just kind of steer her down ever so close. See how her head was turned in a little bit? Meet that challenge. Try to put her in just a little bit close, and all of Joel Rosario's ample skills on display there, and great call by Megan.
Yeah, Untamed Moment was very game there in that try, but let's take a look at the start and look at the stumble, and there was some crowding there, and the 6 Moonlight Dash, we'll take a look at whether it's a stumble, it's just kind of that's little bobble there at the start, but was further back than they wanted to be, I think.
Yeah, the one horse, Untamed Moment, kind of went up in the air just a touch. The other filly broke a little slow, and then horses like Water Flow to empty space. The 8 Philly Crystal kind of came in and took her ground, so she had a steady. Now she's going to rush up inside of that phalanx of horses, where the one Untamed Moment, who did kind of hop at the break, got away a touch slow, kind of cruised into position a little smoother than the 6 did after that stumbling or bumbling kind of beginning, I should say.
And Joel Rosario, when he sees those 2 contenders kind of rushing up to the inside, he feels like he's in a good spot. Stalking type trip, gets to the winner's circle, Hall of Fame rider, hangs on.
One thing about Joel Rosario, too, he's unflappable. He might be the coolest customer I've ever encountered as far as top riders. He's just, whatever happens, situation, I got it. I'll handle it. It's all good.
A 3rd lifetime score there for the 4-year-old filly by Mucho Macho Man, who did have the experience at Oaklawn Park, had that 1 third-place finish, but gets the victory this afternoon to kick off that Class 6. We got more to come. We're going to continue on with that sequence. It's all right back here on the other side on America's Day at the Races.
Justified comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justified is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2, internet, you're out. 250, 8 to down to get down 250, down to get down to get down 50. I guess not. Here to get down to get down to get down 50. Internet wants, here to get down to get down to get down. They know down, but very want to get twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
$1,700,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back here on FS1, and America's Day at the Races is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Winner circle time here for the number 4 in Queen's Martini, and the 4-year-old filly by Mucho Macho Man, the Kentucky-bred Joel Rosario, the Hall of Famer aboard for trainer Ron Moquett, and the $16 winner to kick off the Class 6, a top pick for Megan Burgess, and nice way to kick it off if you did have the 4 on your ticket.
Yeah, really good call by Megan. $16 winner under Hall of Famer Joel Rosario for the unofficial mare of Hot Springs, Arkansas, Ron Moquett.
Yeah, unofficial mayor. They got to make him the mayor at some point. Here is Megan with the winning rider, Joel Rosario.
Joel Rosario's first win back here at Oaklawn Park for the Ron Moquett barn. And this is the first time you've been aboard this filly, was able to really break and get that forward position.
Yeah, she did. You know, Ron told me where am I good, and I did. And looked like she broke really, you know, maybe more further than I thought, you know, but the track looked like a little speed, so I just kind of just let it be there, and she run big.
Well, as mentioned, your first win here at Oaklawn Park as you moved your tack here for this meet. What are some expectations as you enter a robust colony?
I mean, yeah, well, expectation, you know, big meet, and, you know, just, you know, trying to get some opportunity from everybody, and that's, you know, here with, yeah, it's blessed to be here, and then, you know, we take anything that comes.
Well, nice to see you back here riding and here back in the United States. Best of luck the remainder of the meet, Joel.
Thank you so much.
Chris?
Great stuff there from Joel Rosario, and keeping that fire, you know, going to relocate there to Oaklawn Park and be there in the winter, and you've got a lot of the young guns, right? Christian Torres and some of these younger riders, and for the experienced veterans, a Hall of Famer, what keeps you competitive? What keeps you going? What gives you that drive to keep going out there and getting those wins and staying aboard those really nice horses?
I think good horses always draw you back, right? You know, if you're at a place in your career where you're just not getting consistently live horses to ride, your enthusiasm is going to wane. I mean, it's just human nature. You do something for a very long time. But you get on good horses, it gives you that feeling, it keeps you coming back for more. And, oh, by the way, $115,000 allowance races don't hurt.
Never hurts at all there. Queen's Martini gets the victory, and you get to ring the bell, too. Ron Moquett donated that bell. You know that, obviously.
Great job by Ron, and what a terrific kind of thing they do. I mean, just consistently getting people to ring the bell. And who isn't happy after winning a race? Of course you want to go ring that bell. I got a kick out of, particularly Francisco Arrieta. He had a 5 or 6 win day one day, and he rang that bell after every single win. We should do that in New York. Heck, we got bells. There's Saratoga. We got a bell right there in the paddock.
It comes with a donation, too, to Aftercare, so it's a very nice program that they do have there at Oaklawn Park. They got a $75,000 claiming race coming up there, a purse of $65,000. Scratch down towards the inside of Promise Me an Empire, but this will start a pick 5 sequence, so if you are out in the Class 6, you can come on right back and get involved in this pick 5. But taking a look at that 1 mile race, going the 2-turn distance in the race number 6, any early thoughts there on today's 6th race?
You know, I am big about position and forward position at Oaklawn. I don't want horses that have too much to do.
All right, we'll find out what happens there in the rest of the sequence. We'll follow along in that Class 6, but right now it's time to go over to Tampa once again as we head on down to Florida as they're getting set to come onto the track here for race number 7. And today's 7th race is going to be back on the turf, and they're going to go 1 mile and 1/16. Then With that scratch of the 5, a little bit of a smaller field, but we heard the update from Acacia Clement giving us that update there. We're going to start the post-parade Victoria's Dancer. It's Sonny Leone. He's riding the hot hand. Will he save the ground again and get to the victory? He's going to be 9-1 to start things off.
Yeah, comes off of a dirt try. I think that kind of muddies her form up a little bit, getting back to her preferred surface.
And the 2 right now is going to be your favorite, and that's Sammy Marin for Spirited Boss.
She's already a stakes winner on turf. Ultra consistent. Last time it was in a rained-off race. Not her best go.
Winner of last 2 at Hawthorne. That's the 3 at Midnight.
Yeah, stepping up in company. Would like to see good pace on because she is a one-dimensional type closer.
Daniel Centeno, Gerald Bennett, they're teaming up with the 4 Flowers for Me.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting because I think she creates her own trip. I think she's the kind that should find herself in a good stalking spot.
Sarah Hess has got the 6, and that's going to be Clock Strikes 12.
Yeah, another one just feels like she doesn't have much speed and would be a bit of a surprise.
3 more to go here, and that's going to be the 7 in Yankee Dollar.
Yeah, excuse me, got ahead of myself here. Yankee Dollar, certainly a player, got races more than good enough to be competitive here.
Pablo Morales has the 8 there, Annie Port at 7-1, and we'll close out the field. Jose Ferrer has got Tour Queen at 10-1.
Yeah, Jose Ferrer, he and I had the bug together. I just marvel at his fitness, that he continues to ride at such a high level. And she's got to work out a trip from the outside. She doesn't want to get caught wide on both turns.
The 2, Spirited Boss, is your favorite. Let's go to Acacia for more.
As she gets back onto the turf today, and I agree with Richie, she is much more of a turf horse. She's built that way, and I saw her in that off the turf soaring softly last time out. The short comment says lost a rear footing at start, and she did break a little bit awkwardly, but to me the worst part of that race was actually a few strides out of the gate when she really kind of got shuffled back and dropped anchor early, just maybe taking a lot of kickback, which she wouldn't have been really used to taking on turf or synthetic, which she'd only run on up to that point. She did run on a bit to be 3rd that day and has been sidelined since then. I love her getting back on the grass. One thing that concerns me a bit about her is stretching out in distance. I know she won long on Topeta back in February at Gulfstream, but against Florida-bred allowance types, and she's just so sharp and energetic, much as she was in Saratoga. While she has a little bit of length to her frame, she's by Street Boss. She's a little bit smaller, and I do wonder if with her demeanor in particular, if longer really is better, though she brings a lot of class to this field. The 4 Flowers for me is a horse I know well, having previously been running up in New York with Jimmy Ryerson, and she comes out of a 4th place finish in the Forever Together, so also bringing in some class as she faced the heavily favored, oversubscribed that day, and she was trying to travel with that one with an outside post. She was kind of stuck a little bit wide early on. I thought that she actually ran pretty well, all things considered, and in a salty stakes race, and now coming into this spot, some class relief. She has the exact same equipment that she has worn all along with that Shadow Roll as she makes her first start in the Gerald Bennett barn, moving down here to Florida. I think she fits perfectly in here, and this is a great spot for her, and looking like she's thriving with some of the warmer weather. Her coat has come in nicely now, and that's where I'll land as a slight upset. The 7 Yankee Dollar is second off a bit of a layoff as she ran on the synthetic at Presque Isle last time out, finishing 3rd. It looked like it was pouring rain that day, and Antonio Gallardo was aboard that afternoon and will ride her today. He was very high up in the saddle the entire time, and she never really looked like she was traveling comfortably. While she did finish an okay 3rd, she strikes me as the type that really would have benefited from that start and should appreciate getting back onto the turf. Finally, the 1 Victoria's Dancer also should appreciate getting back on the grass. She comes back in just 7 days, but when I saw her last winter here, when even trying races like the Hillsborough, she had really lost her energy and her spark, and it looked very dull acting. Today, even on a quick turnaround, she is bright and sharp and energetic, and like I said, should appreciate getting back onto the grass, Chris.
Richie, you like the 8 a little bit here, and you talk about the 8 in any port. What do you got?
Well, I love the history of Lambholm's stable. Roy Lehrman, the owner of Lambholm, also the trainer. Originally, it was Hobo Farm. Jack Dreyfus, Alan Jerkins trained from such a history there, and he's done such a good job as a steward of that incredible property. She's going to have to improve. I just thought it was interesting, the history of the place itself.
I could listen to you talk about horse racing all day.
Well, thank you. I like horses.
We're going to listen to Jason Bean, the track announcer there at Tampa Bay Downs. He's got race number 7, a mile and a 16th. As they're on the turf. Sonny Leone, he's won 2 in a row. Will it continue here?
Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. At midnight away, just a half step slow. Spirited Boss, the favorite, came away in good order to the outside. Yankee Dollar flashing some speed. And Any Port from the far outside. And Any Port going to be the quickest as they come into the stretch for the first time. Spirited Boss, Tour Queen from way out wide. Also coming up to the early vanguard as it is Any Port just in front. Company now from Tour Queen on the outside is Yankee Dollar, Spirited Boss. They're going to sit back 3rd and 4th. It's a length and a half more back to Flowers for Me, who's in that 5th position as they roll into the first turn. Then comes Victoria's Dancer 6th to the inside. Clock strikes 12 with 1 beat early on, and that's At Midnight, who's the early trailer as these 2 outside runners 1-2. Any Port and Tour Queen 23.79, and Tour Queen's going to go on with it. Tour Queen up to Assume Command, quickly opens up 2 on Any Port. Pablo Morales content to let that one go. Now 3 lengths ahead. It's 2 more back to Yankee Dollar, who's 3rd. Spirited Boss continues to travel really well toward the inside. Is a joint 4th, being joined on the outside by Flowers for Me. It's 2 more back to Victoria's Dancer at midnight, and the trailer clock strikes 12. 47.63 seconds, the opening half-mile time for Tour Queen, who opened it up down the backstretch, but the lead down to a length and a half now. Any Port getting a little closer. Yankee Dollar. Spirited Boss continues down along the inside as Flowers for Me, moving up 3 wide. At midnight, starting to commence a bid from the back, is 6th right now in the lime colors, but is getting the engine revving as they wind around to the top of the stretch. Tour Queen is still there. It's Tour Queen a length and a half in front of Any Port in the 2nd spot. Spirited Boss going to look toward the inside. Flowers for Me at midnight continues to roll right down the crown of the track. Tour Queen, Spirited Boss looking for a seam, going to swing out to the 2 path. Here comes Spirited Boss after Tour Queen. Any Port is right there, and Flowers for Me. Spirited Boss trying to catch Tour Queen. Spirited Boss got through and got the win. Second ended up very close there between Tour Queen and Any Port. Flowers for Me and Victoria's Dancer after that.
Spirited Boss does get up for the victory and was the favorite, but you talk about nice riding and some skills. Samuel Marin, he's a top jock, and I think he just showed you why.
Saved all of the ground with Spirited Boss. Had an angle out when Tour Queen was guided over by Jose Ferrer. Just good, hard, clean race ride in there. But he was just so cool about the whole thing, Chris. He never any panic. He was like, okay, I'll let him slide on over. I'll ease to his outside. And Spirited Boss, he always had a lot of horse underneath him, but he had a few decisions to make, and he made all the right decisions.
Three-year-old filly by Street Boss. Jose D'Angelo, the training duties. Looked like a photo there between the 9 and the 8. 9 might have hung on there for a second, but Spirited Boss, Samuel Marin, they get to the winner's circle. We got a late pick 5 coming up right here on FS1. It's Oaklawn Park looking at the paddock again as they're set to come onto the track. Late pick 5 time. Come on back. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Headed back to Oaklawn Park here as they're getting set for the late pick 5, and horses are in the paddock right now. And you've got a look at the number 6 in Relevant. Big price coming up in this 6th race, but you know, this type of race, anything can happen, especially at that 7,500 non-2 lifetime level.
And Tyler Bacon, last year's leading apprentice rider, dominant apprentice rider at Oaklawn, was actually in the battle for all-out leading rider. Spent his summer at Prairie Meadows, continuing to learn, hone his craft. I was impressed with him, Tyler Bacon, last year. I just really thought that he had the ability to make that step from apprentice to journeyman, which is not an easy step to take.
Yeah, it seems like we did see a lot of different riders making decisions to come to Oaklawn Park for the winter, and you take a look at the standings right now, very familiar names at the top.
Yeah, all the top 4 guys that have been prominent in the rider standings over the last several years at Oaklawn Park. Christian Torres led early, only to be run down last year by Francisco Arrieta, who had a slow start to the meet, but this year he's gotten off to a good start. And listen, you've got new additions to the riders colony, Luis Saez, obviously Joel Rosario. I still think, as good and as talented as those guys are, there is a learning curve in a new place like that.
Yeah, and they're going to have to team up with some of the connections. You're going to see them team up with top trainers as we continue on throughout the season, and we get onto the road to the Kentucky Derby as well. So you'll see some of those names really rush up towards the top and have some of those weeks where Saez may win 5 or 6, and then he's right there in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And just because they haven't gotten off to a fast start doesn't mean they don't know how to ride or they're not going to figure it out. There's just little nuances to a new place.
And as a jockey, how much did being the top rider, being at the top of the standings, how much did that mean to you?
It means so much. It's a source of pride. You don't go into a meet with that as your main goal, but when you get in a position to get it, that's when you really want it.
And you got to have a good agent, too, to get you on all the right mounts.
Well, and a good agent, not only getting you the live mounts, but not getting you in trouble when you can't ride a horse for somebody when they want you. You know, you get more trouble that way sometimes than not getting on the good ones.
We're going to go 1 mile here, 7,500 non-2 lifetime. There is the 2, Johan Rosado, Stylish Lady.
Yeah, put it together in her 3rd start at Indiana. First start for Steve Asmussen.
Manny Esquivel teaming up with David Jacobson on the 3.
Yeah, listen, she's been running well for lesser. She comes in here on the race, and that's confidence from David Jacobson.
Rider Jane Elliott had a victory yesterday. There's the 4, Rain Champagne.
Yeah, it just feels like she's going to get a little faster. She broke her maiden for 30.
Rosario looking for another one here on the 5.
This is who I like. I like her stretching back out to the 2 turns for David Fox and Alex and Joanne Leblanc.
Tyler Bacon, Revelant, the 6.
Yeah, a little bit light on the buyer figures. We'll have to take a step forward.
Norm Cassie's got the favorite right now, 7-5, and Lookster.
I just didn't see anybody being that short a price here. It's obviously a contender.
Christian Torres, the leading rider, he's got Kishan Cash.
I think this is your speed of the speed here as she stretches to 2 turns.
All right, and we got one more towards the outside. A lot of time on turf. That's the 9, Thea.
Yeah, but did break her maiden on dirt at Santa Anita. Although I have found, it's been my experience, Chris, those lower-level maiden claimers out of California, it's not very good.
Lookster right now is going to be 3-2. Let's go to Megan for plenty more.
Well, Chris, I am very surprised the number 7 Lookster is 3-2. As I agree with Meg, I wouldn't accept an overly short price on anybody in this field. Obviously, the drop in class there for this tag now, likely a reason. And I do like this filly physically. I will say, as far as looking at her in this group, she's just one that I want her to be a little bit more forwardly placed and involved in this race. She's one that always shows up with the run. She's obviously getting that class relief. I just found her to be one I didn't quite trust in this group, especially at accepting that short of a price on her. But the number 5, Lady of Silence for the David Fox barn. Joel Rosario looking to get another win here on this card. Certainly has to get better than what she's been running as of late and against tougher company. But if you go back in her form, she's one that had that really impressive victory here at Oaklawn Park. Always like seeing a horse being able to handle themselves on this ground. Of course, there for Alex and Joanne Leblanc, stalwarts and huge supporters. They are Arkansas through and through here at Oaklawn Park. But as I mentioned, if you look at her form prior to the trainer switch, you forgive her for those tougher fields. She is really with this group overall, but has to rebound off of that steadily declining form on the class drop and find. She's not one that likes to be covered from horses off of it, kind of kind of peeking, eavesdropping a bit on the instructions to Joel Rosario, kind of keeping her sharp, keeping her focused is going to be the goal there with the number 5. But I landed on the number 2, Stylish Lady, for the Steve Asmussen barn. As mentioned, Johan Rosado is somebody that he's really reaching for this meet, and is always incredibly encouraging when you have a Hall of Fame conditioner doing so for a young rider based in Maryland who's really shown some talent there, but gets to Oaklawn Park for the first time and was sold this year recently just for $42,000, looking to turn her around, potentially being claimed for $75,000 here. And wired that field to break the maiden at Indiana last out, was really able to get to handle a slow pace on the mile and a 16th that day. And I will say it wasn't a very exciting field whatsoever, but you have to bet on her on the assumption of improvement. She got the freshening. She's been working well since getting to Oaklawn Park for the very first time, and not necessarily just that effort alone, but really seeing her as a progressing type filly. She worked in company with Perfect Force, formerly a stakes contender, and really worked evenly. I've liked what I've seen from her so far, and I went ahead and landed on her in this spot. I thought it was a pretty generous price up there at 5-1, Chris.
Thank you very much, Megan. And taking a look at the 2 and Stylish Lady right now, Steve Asmussen trainee, as he's looking for that 1,000th win at Oaklawn Park. But off of this last effort, you go back to Horseshoe Indy, and it was a nice victory. It was a front-running score. You know, coming off of that race at the maiden special weight, now in for 7,500. How do you kind of take that? How do you look at that? Because we have horses coming from everywhere.
Yeah, again, they're trying to decipher where that form is going to hold up or be consistent. What you have to like about Stylish Lady is she's just out-footed sprinting, right? Then just a poor effort on the stretch out at Churchill, and then it's like she put it all together. Now, maybe it was the level of competition. You know, I don't know exactly what she beat. The third-place finisher did come back to win, so maybe there was more quality there. I think 5-1 is a fair price on her. Inside draw, got to use some of that speed. And I do find it interesting that Steve Asmussen's given Rosado such a nice opportunity. I mean, he's really reaching out for him.
Yeah, and the bettors are going to follow these connections and be on board, but sometimes when you do see them a little bit slow to start the meet, the bettors do seem to kind of back off a little bit, don't they?
Well, isn't that like a trainer or a jockey's lot in life? You're winning and you're everybody's darling. You're losing, I'm going to look someplace else.
Yeah. And we talked about new riders and new faces and trying to get opportunities here at Oaklawn. You do see in the program talking about the start and finish at the 16th pole, so they've got that kind of quirky wire finish there when you go that 1 mile, and this would be one of those situations where, as a jockey, you got to keep that in mind too in the course of the race.
But if you're a professional race rider, there's no excuse. You have to know where you start, where you finish. You know, and it's not like Europe where they're constantly changing tracks. There's 2 finish lines at Oaklawn. Be aware of the finish line you're racing to. And it's always interesting to me to see somebody keep riding after the first wire when that was the actual finish, because they lost track of it. You know, I always thought, Chris, it would be interesting. At Belmont Park, we run a 1.25 mile race, basically starting in the middle of the first turn. Why wouldn't we, with the layout of Belmont, start at the 1 1/8 pole and run to an 1/8 past the wire? It would give you the longest stretch in North America. You would run a 1.25 miles around 1 turn. It would be the most brilliant race, and I could see it for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Really should look into that. And anybody who said, well, the riders, they'll get confused. If they get confused because of 2 different wires, they got bigger problems.
We'll see that the jocks are ready to go, and they've got their game faces on here at this distance. It does start the pick 5. Anything else with your top selection here? I mean, taking a look at any last notes here before today's 6th?
I'm just hoping that Lady Silence can get back to her last season's form at Oaklawn.
All right, let's see what happens here as they get set for the 75,000. Now where's 2 lifetime?
Fire off. A little bit of a sluggish break from Stylish Lady. No problems from Revelant, who's on the lead. Rain Champagne hustled along to get up there, too. And these 2 are together in the run into the clubhouse turn. Kiss and Cash right off of them in 3rd. Thea 4 deep on the course as they corner into the turn. Then comes On My Way to Save the Day, who's dropped towards the back of the field. Stylish Lady passed a few runners there, is within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Lady of Silence is next in the field. Lookster, she's second to last. On My Way to Save the Day is at the back of the field. 8 off the pace. Down the back stretch they roll, and 2 runners long shots duel on the lead. Rain Champagne inside of Revelant. They're a length and a tail ahead of Kissin' Cash, who runs in third. Thea is placed 4 wide, and those 4, the first 4, separated by just a half length now down the barn side. Stylish Lady right behind that quartet is 5th on the rail. A half length the Lady of Silence, 2 more to Lookster. Still has 1 runner beat. That's On My Way to Save the Day as they go towards the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Into the turn they go, and Thea makes a move to the lead in the 3-path. There she goes all the way to the front now. Thea making a nice move as they round the far turn. Rain Champagne is given way. Revelant left behind in second right now. Stylish Lady is tipped off the rail, and she's in third. All Out coming to the top of the stretch. Lady of Silence being eased up out of it from midfield. Top of the stretch, and it's Thea going for the finish now, turning for home. A length and a half in front. Stylish Lady on the outside trying to reel her in. Thea made that early move. She's getting leg weary. Revelant's coming back on at a massive number, 41-1. Stylish Lady and coming on now, and also On My Way to Save the Day, driving finish. Stylish Lady on the outside's going to win it. Stylish Lady over Thea, and then On My Way to Save the Day and Revelant.
Looks like the 2, Stylish Lady, is able to get the job done there. Trainer Steve Asmussen gets another victory at Oaklawn Park, and Joel Rosario, they'll team up. They do it in exciting style there, a blanket finish in today's 6th.
Yeah, when you have that first wire, sometimes the riders get moving a little bit early, and you see they get slightly leg weary late, excuse me. I think I see why Steve is giving Joel Rosario such a good play. Very strong finisher. He refused to take no for an answer, and he snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat here.
And you saw the 3 steady there. Manny Esquivel is going to dive down to the inside because the rail is open right here as a jockey. You got to go down there and try to make that run.
Oh, absolutely. You want clear space in front of you to be able to continue your forward progress. Bet he wishes it was the 2nd wire, not the 16th pole.
Yeah, you can kind of see them riding out a little bit, but it did finish at that 16th pole. It comes 2-9-3-6 is what it did look like in Stylish Lady and Joel Rosario. When you get those new connections, it's always good to get to the winner's circle.
Absolutely, and another good call by our own Megan Burgess. Back-to-back wins. Stylish Lady went off. She was 5-1, so another good price there and gets it done.
Those mid-range prices are going to help you in that Class 6 sequence and also in that Pick 5. We'll see how it continues on as the Pick 4 is coming up, and that's Stakes Race 2. It's break time right now. We had a blanket finish. We had that first wire finish, and we had the 2. Steve Asmussen, 3 to go.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's All Hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Leroff, good beginning from Cole Battle, the springboard mile winner. And for the Lonnie Briley barn, it's the pride of Remington Park. It's Cole Battle and the Smarty Jones. Leroff in the southwest. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. We're ready to go in the Rebel. And Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road. And Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story. They're off in the 89th Arkansas Derbies. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second. And Sandman, he's run his A race and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky. Sandman does it. The son of Tappan for Mark Cassie and Jose Ortiz.
As the calendar does turn towards 2026 and the road to the Kentucky Derby, of course, is going to have the Smarty Jones, Southwest, and the Rebel and Arkansas Derby. And I remember sitting right here with you when you really liked Sandman and you felt like he was going to be one of those top contenders for the Kentucky Derby because he was dancing all the dances and he just kind of kept trying and, you know, didn't work out in the Derby. But you take a look at winning the Arkansas Derby, the road to the Derby through Oaklawn is going to be very tough.
Well, they put together such a strong, comprehensive series of races, pretty much for every division. But obviously for the 3-year-olds, they're big purses, and they're spaced so well with the elongated meet now at Oaklawn Park. It allows them that luxury to get 4, maybe even 5 preps into a horse, you know, starting at, you know, late in their 2-year-old year going forward. But and I like how it stretches in distance. Competition gets a little tougher. It's a great proving ground to see if you have a horse that really belongs going on to the Derby.
And for the riders, too, it's kind of their time. Those prep races are just as important because you want to see who your mount could possibly be when you take a look at that road to the Derby and you look at the schedule. You've got the points on the line, of course, for that first Saturday in May. And we'll just see some of these younger horses, 2-year-olds, now going to be 3-year-olds. So many different names and faces will emerge, and we'll get some great stories on this road.
Yeah, and people have to remember, what you see, you know, late in a 2-year-old season or even early in a 3-year-old season is not necessarily the horse you're going to see 3 or 4 months from now down the line. They change and develop. To me, it's like, you know, middle school or junior high school kids. The best athlete starting school is not necessarily the best athlete when school's ending. They develop and change a great deal in this period of their life. And it's an accelerated rate also, because think about horses compared to human years. You know, we're talking about young athletes turning into college athletes, turning into professional athletes. That's where they're at right now in their development.
Yeah, Cole Battle for trainer Lonnie Briley there was really becoming a nice name and a top contender, an exciting horse to watch. And then Sandman, of course, was able to finally get up for the win in the Arkansas Derby. So we'll see what the road is going to bring this year, but looking forward to that first Saturday in May.
It's always exciting, and we'll get through that, and then we'll be looking on to the Travers. That's what they say. This cycle, then to the Breeders' Cup, and it never ends.
Let's take a look at the replay there from today's 6th race, and of course it was Stylish Lady, and Thea really pushed the tempo, made that move, said this is going to be the winning move, wasn't able to hold on, but gave the horse the best opportunity to win, just got outrun in the stretch.
Yeah, listen, I wasn't the biggest fan of Thea. I thought she'd been running against much easier, but she was very game and narrowly defeated. But I understand now why this rider, Joel Rosario, is getting such a good play from Steve Asmussen. His very strong finishing skills on display there.
Name to keep an eye on there. 293, your trifecta in today's 6th race. It was the start of the Pick 5, but it's part of that Class 6, and you get a $16 winner and a $12 winner. You're starting to get some separation on these tickets. Look at that pool, though, Meg. $417,000 plus on the line here today.
Yeah, a big number there, and our own Megan Burgess gave us back-to-back wins here at $16 and $12.20. Queen's Martini, Stylish Lady, seeing a pattern.
Yeah, if she went single, and then, I mean, you're rolling here. You got a little bit of coverage here in those later races. Race number 8 is coming up at Tampa Bay Downs. It's 8,000. Now where's the 2 lifetime coin, that mile and 16th 2 turns. These are the types of races, it seems like, at Tampa where anything can really happen. You got a 3-1 favorite right now as we're still getting closer to post time. But here is a big long shot, Marvin Fernandez, young apprentice on the 1.
Yeah, 10-pound apprentice, meaning this rider has not yet won 5 races in his career.
The 2 is going to be Dracula.
Dracula has some speed, should be forward.
The 3, another long shot here. Jose Ferrer board at 25 to 1.
Jose Ferrer gets a lot of run out of horses, and this horse actually improved for him last time.
Off the morning line is floating up in price. That's the 4 Article.
Yeah, Article, I left a little bit to be desired last time, but in this field, if it runs his A race, could be tough.
The 5 is going to be 4 Flag.
Another one that can show speed at times and be forward.
Yeah, the 6 currently is taking the action right now for Kevin Rice, and that is Gadiel Martinez aboard.
Yeah, broke his maiden for the $8,000 level, comes right back for $8,000. Kevin Rice does a really good job.
There is Z Fire, the number 7. The 8 is going to be Theo's Thunder, and that's going to be Sammy Camacho at 9 to 2.
Yeah, another one that's coming out of a race where he kind of ran on evenly last time for the same price.
Here is the 9 here at 19 to 1.
How do we pronounce that again?
Yermehana Christos.
Yeah, it's an Ethiopian Orthodox church in the Amhara region of northern Ethiopia. Did you know that?
We studied. The number 10 is going to be Developed Products. Sammy Marin at 7 to 2.
Yeah, broke maiden at Colonial nicely. Tried winners with less success.
And there is the 11 in Ambushed at 43 to 1.
Well, I tell you what, I like the way Ambush carries himself on the track. Form doesn't look that good on paper.
And the number 12 is going to be to the outside. That's Richard Mitchell on Super Tiz.
Yeah, tough outside draws. Got to find a way to save some ground somewhere.
Let's go to Acacia. Sammy Marin's on the 10, and she's got plenty more here for race 8.
Yeah, you've got the rider that's been riding exceptionally well this meet, and the trainer, Dave Brady, who is 4 for 6 with a second since shipping in here to Tampa. Typically, a trainer we see based down at Gulfstream. He had a few horses at Colonial where this horse broke his maiden. Always enjoy catching up with Dave when I see him at the track or the sales, and unfortunately didn't see him here today, but he is well represented by this horse who gets back to the dirt and faced tougher last time out on the Tapeta, where he just never really kicked on. Sometimes feel like those Tapeta races at Gulfstream, there's not much movement often in the running of that race, and he's a horse that did stumble 2 back and then come on to win. However, getting out of the gate has been a little bit of his Achilles heel. Even just looking at the short comments, 2 back stumbled, 3 back bumped at the start, 4 back stepped slow. He's a very big horse, and sometimes horses of this size just take up so much space in the gate, but given how well spotted Dave's horses have been coming here to Tampa, I think exceptionally live and fits snugly at this class level. Really strong, powerful son of City of Light as well. The 6 King Riger, who broke his maiden when switching to the dirt for the first time last time out at Tampa, and was a bit of a price that day, taking a lot more attention. He is an energetic individual. He linked up with the pony upon before leaving the paddock even, and I overheard Pony Rider saying that he's a horse that likes to try and run off without a lead pony, and he actually did that at Presque Isle 2 starts back before the race. So they've kept him with the pony. It's like a security blanket, a coach, a calm older horse that's going to say, hey buddy, nothing to be nervous about, stay calm here. So gotten a bit warm, but I gather that is typical for him. He's a horse that is a little bit more angular in the way that he's put together, so I can understand why he was effective on turf or synthetic, but he's one that really puffed up a lot once they put the tack on him, and we'll see if he can make it 2 in a row on the main track. The number 2, Dracula, great name out of The Devil Wears Nada, was disappointing at a very short price at Finger Lakes last time out. But it was a very wet day. It was a muddy track. He got really keen early. It was part of soon 3-4 horses on the front end that day, and just I think never really got any sort of comfortable run. He is enormous, this horse. Does not look like one that would appreciate a wet track. Does not look like one that would appreciate going short either. So surprised that he was ever sprinting at any point in his career. But he stacks up nicely with this group, and I think should love getting back onto a fast main track, Chris.
That's your top pick too. You like the 2.
Yes, I like Dracula.
I knew you were gonna. Yes. I knew you were gonna do an impression.
Now, people say this horse ran for $5,000 at Finger Lakes. That's the bottom at Finger Lakes. The bottom at Tampa is $8,000. So it's kind of relative to me. It's more of a lateral move than it is an upward move.
And at this non-winners of 2 lifetime level, you know, a lot of horses, these campaigners, are just looking for that second career victory, and the trainers, they just kind of got to place them somewhere and try to get that second win.
Absolutely. And the Ferraro family, this one trained by Anthony Ferraro, they've been winning races up at Finger Lakes since before I rode. So you go back over 40 years.
8,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime here. Jason Beam with the rest of the load and the call. It's the 8th from Tampa.
Be the last 2. Big group of 12 here on the main track. You'd love to see it. King Reigert. Super Tiz to the outside, Richard Mitchell. Going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him at a pretty good start. Toward the inside, Devil of Ramadi is sent for early speed. Dracula is close up. In between horses, King Reigert also wants to be a part of the early pace as they run to that first turn. Develop Product, the favorite, going to be 3 or 4 deep here as they run into that turn. Super Tiz 5 or 6 wide on the far outside. Tucking in behind horses was 4 Flag, who moves up a couple of spots, now 4th. Then comes Article. After that comes Yemrahana Christos, who's racing mid-pack. Then a gap of 2 back to Z Fire, who's 4th last. Down to that one's inside, Strength and Guidance. The 2 at the back early on, Theo's Thunder, and Ambushed is 12th and last as they start that backstretch journey. 23.90 seconds for King Reigert, who's up to assume command. Devil of Ramadi counters right back to the inside. They're a length and a half in front of a lineup of 3. Dracula, Develop Product, and to the far outside, Super Tiz. Those top 5 just separated by 2. It's a length and a half back to Yemrahana Christos, who starts to move into contention, is now up to 7th. It's down another length then back to 4 Flag. After that, Article and Z Fire. Strength and Guidance still with the 2 beat. Those are Theo's Thunder and Ambushed. To the far turn they run. 47.88 seconds. On the lead, King Reigert. Here's Super Tiz 3 wide. Develop Product still in hand in between horses. Yemrahana Christos just in behind them, 4th in the red and white colors. 2 more back to Z Fire, who catches the eye a bit, is starting to run on in the red colors, but going to have to go very wide as 5 of them just separated by a length and a half. Way out wide, Yemrahana Christos, and even further out, Z Fire. These 2 coming after the lead. Develop Product tries to stick with them. Then comes Super Tiz, also trying to wind it up. Theo's Thunder from the far outside. A final furlong left to go. Z Fire up to grab the lead from Yemrahana Christos. On the outside, Theo's Thunder trying to reel that one in. 16th pole, it's Z Fire and Alonso Quinones there. Theo's Thunder down the outside, then Yemrahana Christos 3rd, Z Fire. A big move and a winner, 31-1. Theo's Thunder was 2nd. Yemrahana Christos was 3rd, 4th, went to Super Tiz.
The 4-year-old gelding by firing line, Z Fire. Alonso Quinones aboard there for trainer Scott Becker, and had that last start at Tampa that was right here in December. So quick wheel back and gets the 2 turns, goes right to the winner's circle at a big number.
Well, you got to appreciate this horse's effort at a huge price. He made this bold 5 wide sweep off the far turn, hit the front, and was able to hold off the 8 Theo's Thunder. But man, with that kind of move, he was just decidedly best.
Handicapping that race, it did feel like a wide open event, and you caught a big long shot there at Tampa in their 8th to kick off their late double. We're going to be back with more from Oaklawn Park as horses in the paddock once again. It's America's Day at the Races, and they got a pick 4 coming up. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a look at the Arlington Hotel, I'm told, there at Oaklawn in Hot Springs.
Beautiful hotel, incredible spa, and one of the upper floors, reportedly, was Al Capone's room when he would winter in Hot Springs, so he could see if anybody was coming up the main thoroughfare that he should know about.
Oh, wow.
So that's a great shot of that hotel. It's a really beautiful place.
Wow, that's a great fun fact there. Get on down to Hot Springs. You'll be down there. You might visit the Arlington Hotel, maybe?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Post-parade time as we get set for race number 7. It is going to be a pick 4 at Oaklawn Park, and Megan's had the hot hand, so we'll have selections from her in just a second. But the one will start off the post-parade. It's Christian Torres for Donnie Von Hemmel. 6 minutes away from race number 7 at this $30,000 level, and that's the one, King Peanut.
Yes, tip down your favoritism. Looks like this horse should be very tough here with Christian Torres for Donnie Von Hemmel, who's been training winners for a very long time.
18-1 right now on the 2.
Claim for 10 moves up in company, does possess speed.
The 3 is going to be Chun Money. There, Israel Hernandez.
Is 1 for 7 at Oaklawn, a horse that should get a good spot right in behind the leaders.
4 at 37-1, Speechless.
Good thing that's not one of my problems, being speechless. It gets back down to a lower level.
Look who's talking. I'm never speechless. Glass of Jameson, the 5.
Yeah, been running well in Southern California. Peter Urton having a division, it looks like, now at Oaklawn.
15-time second or third. That's a 6 Crew Dragon.
Yeah, I don't like when they start accumulating a lot more seconds and thirds, but this horse's race is more than good enough to win here.
Tyler Bacon's got the 7 at 13-1.
Definitely a player, a horse that should be fairly forward.
Horse that we know in New York, that's the 8 Arrow Star.
Another one bringing speed to the affair. Wayne Potts also going to have a presence at Oaklawn this winter.
23-1 on Bavaria Road, the 9.
Another one that could add some speed to this affair. Feels like it's got to get a bit touch faster, maybe.
We saw Walter De La Cruz earlier get a victory. That's the 10, and Hey Big Un.
And this horse turning back in distance. One thing you got to know about Walter De La Cruz, though, he gets horses to show speed.
And a big price towards the outside at 30-1. That's Lear.
Yeah, and this is with a 7-pound apprentice that I've heard some good reports about. Horse lacks speed, absolutely no speed whatsoever.
Race number 7 is going to be the start of a pick 4 there at Oaklawn Park, and you can get involved in all the action. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get that $200 deposit match bonus. The promo code is bonus 200. Betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. 5-2 right now on the 1, King Peanut. Megan Burgess, she's been 2 for her last 2. We'll see if we can make it 3 for 3. Megan with more on race 7.
Oh no, I've got some pressure on me now, guys. But it always feels good to get some winners at Oaklawn because this place just kind of makes you work for it. You got to do your homework here. I couldn't love it more. But here in this race, these lower level claimers to me is always extremely fun to kind of see who's in there. It's very cyclical. It's the end of the year. Who's coming into themselves? And I have no qualms with your favorite right now in the number 1, King Peanut, up there for the Donnie Von Hemmel barn. And this is one that was voided 2 back, been putting together some solid efforts using that speed. Now drawing towards the inside, but I found this race to have quite a bit of early pace for this level. So it did deter me just a bit, just kind of figuring out what kind of trip this horse is going to get, and one that has been collecting those on the board finishes, hasn't gotten a win in quite some time. And at Oaklawn Park, 2 for 12, knowing this horse can get over the surface is nice, but as I mentioned, this horse is in great form. I have no issues with him, and certainly one I would not want to leave out of my multi-race wagers, but the number 5 there, a glass of Jameson, if you, that's stout drink there, but for the Peter Urton barn, Jaime Torres, now here new to the Oaklawn colony, as are many new faces, but he got a winner the other day, off to a good start. But this horse is one I found was right there looming at this level, ships in from the West Coast, and I will find, or from the West Coast, and I will find sometimes, especially with a horse getting to Oaklawn Park for the first time, how are they going to react to the surface? There's more moisture in the air, the surface can kind of play a little bit differently, just as far as the dynamics, the atmosphere in general of training over at Del Mar versus coming to Oaklawn Park. And I will say Peter Urton now does have a bit of a presence here at Oaklawn Park. He is 0 for 6 in the past 5 years. I know that is a horse there, the number 5, that some people might be leaning on. I don't have any issues with him here. I just kind of want to see him get a run under his belt. But of course, he does make sense, of course, at this level. But I laid it on a little bit of another price in this race, the number 10 for the Greg Compton barn, who was really lovely catching up with him this weekend, and a trainer that just is honest as they come, and he's one that really just shows up and does the job. But Walter De La Cruz aboard, getting a win earlier. He's one that just makes so much sense on facts and figures. He's a handy horse. He's right there at this level, and to me, I thought it was pretty surprising when I looked up at the board and found that he was 6-1. He draws from the outside. I think that he's one that could show some speed, as he did in his last couple, as he did before last time out, where he was just kind of run off his feet. He swung 5 wide to try to make a run, and he just wasn't able to really make an impact that day. But I am a sucker for a turn back angle. The last time this horse ran at 6 furlongs, he was outrun a bit there, but I'm hoping that he can get a little bit more involved in the race here. I think that he does make sense to me in this group. He's been training well at Oaklawn Park, and guess what? He has a win under his belt here at Oaklawn. So I thought he was incredibly interesting up there, especially at the price. That's the number 10, Hey Big Un.
Nice look there at some of these selections and some of the field there for today's 7th race, and a horse that you liked quite a bit here. McLean Robertson's got the number 6, who's floating up 5-2 on the morning line right now at 4-1 it looks like, and that's going to be the 6 in Crew Dragon.
I just like this horse dropping back down to the $30,000 level. I think he came out of some pretty salty heats at Delaware over the summer for, tougher company, right? Higher prices. My one problem, the 2 wins, 7 seconds. I don't like when horses start accumulating far more seconds than wins. It questions, their desire at crunch time, right, if it gets into a close one. But I also did think, and Megan alluded to this, that there was a lot of speed signed on here. And, Chris, I still handicap a lot of the way I look at races as a jockey. How is this race going to run? And I think there's ample speed, and I thought he was a closer that if I was riding, I would like to ride in this situation.
And we continue to see a wide open betting board right now for the bettors out there that are taking a look at this 7th race. And as we're following along in the Class 6, and now we get into the Pick 4, a big field like this at that 3-1 down towards the inside. Donnie Von Hemmel, this is the first start here for the number 1 in King Peanut in the barn. So the connections are also learning things about these horses because they might be newer faces in their barn. So they're adjusting to the same thing that the riders are and the horse is and the connections overall.
Right. You're getting a horse back to your barn that you don't have a lot of intimate knowledge of, right? And a lot of it is just observation, watching them. I've often said this, people throw about that, horse whisperer thing. I don't believe in that. They're horse listeners. Horse will tell you everything you need to know if you just pay enough attention.
And also looking at the trainers that are also trying to find the horses fit. Pete Urton, we were talking about, you heard Megan talking about his shippers. He's trying to see which horses fit these conditions too at Oaklawn Park.
Sure, and also different racing surface. The horse racing in California, they tend to run over the top of the ground more. Horses don't need maybe that next level of fitness that they might at a place like Oaklawn Park.
All right, it looks like a wide open betting event. Hopefully you got involved at Naira Bets, and race number 7 is coming up. It's the start of a Pick 4. It's 6 furlongs, and it is Matt Dinnerman, their track announcer, with the call here at Oaklawn.
To the outside. Here's Lear, Ronnie Huckabee. We're ready to go. And we're off. Aerostar blasts out of the gate and takes advantage. Goes to the lead, clears off in the first 16th of a mile. Aerostar by 2 down the backstretch, maybe even 2.5. Bavaria Road running in second with Hey Bigoon, who's there. A line of runners. There's probably 6 of them. Lear's in that group as well. Speechless on the inside. Crew Dragon in the orange is making up ground clearly in the second down the backstretch. Glass of Jameson in that mix of horses too. We come back to King Peanut, Chun Money. They're side by side, and Tresillian is well out of it as they round the far turn. Aerostar, 3 furlongs to go. A half length in front. Crew Dragon wants to get after this front runner, though, and here he comes. And these two are together with 5/16 to go. They've put 2 lengths on Glass of Jameson, tries to get closer from third. Speechless calls it a day. Farley Hall and an all-out drive with Bavaria Road as they come off the turn. Aerostar, Crew Dragon side by side. Aerostar on the inside. Crew Dragon on the outside. Crew Dragon with about a half-length lead now as he hits the furlong pole. Aerostar is second. Space of 3 to Glass of Jameson. Crew Dragon neck in front. Aerostar's coming back at him from the inside. Aerostar, Crew Dragon, tight, very tight. We won't call it. Aerostar, Crew Dragon hit it together with Glass of Jameson third, and fourth might have been Lear to Price.
Aerostar broke like a shot out of the gate, but it got real tight at the wire because it looked like the 6 was going to pull away, didn't, and makes it very close between the 8 and the 6 here at the finish.
I think the 6 Crew Dragon just was alone on the lead too long and started waiting on his company. He's like, wait a second, where is everybody? That is so tight, especially with that angle. My instinct tells me the inside gets the best of that one, but the 6 Crew Dragon ran hard all the way to the wire. When you see a horse like Aerostar, who has never really shown that propensity to fight back the way he did, I think it speaks more to the fact that Crew Dragon was just being very polite, going, no, 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 after you, please.
Yeah, do you think it was more that than the layoff, a short layoff, I mean, from August, but Crew Dragon, fresh, just kind of stopped? That's just his style.
To me, he was pulling up on the inside, and it's pretty clear from that angle that the 8 got the best of it. I don't think, if you're going to hit the front with Crew Dragon, you do not want to hit the front that early and give him too much time to wait on his friends.
All right, Aerostar had been running here at Aqueduct in the last few starts, had shown speed, did it again, broke very well, broke very sharply, and you're going to see the drone shot here and see the 8 come back towards the inside. That's just tough as a bettor sometimes when you see that horse that looks to be beaten is going to come back and get you.
Well, and again, now listen, congratulations to Wayne Potts, brought this horse down there, Francisco Arrieta, last year's leading rider. But Crew Dragon, to me, was the best horse. He just was lonely in front, and now 2 wins, 8 seconds, 8 thirds. I think it's pretty evident he's a horse that wants to run with other horses, not so much by other horses.
You got to time it right, too, as a jockey. You got to get that clock, and you got to know the horse because you know he's going to have that tendency late at the wire.
Absolutely, and I said, as they were turning for home off camera, I said, hitting the front too soon with this guy. He's not a horse that wants to be alone on the lead, and I think this was absolute living proof of that.
How long does it take you to learn something like that skill?
Pretty early on, you learn the ones that you got to really wait and time your run a little bit more. And then, Chris, there's times when a horse will change, and you don't change, your idea of the horse doesn't change. I used to ride a horse that pulled up. I would try to time my run. Then he started hanging. One day, Eddie Maple rode him, let him go to lead at the 3/8 pole, and he won by 10. So, the horse changed. My idea of the horse didn't change. In this particular case, if I was to ever ride Crew Dragon, which will not happen, I would not let him see the front until 50 yards from the line. I'll hold him together for those 50, but he was in front by the 3/16 pole, just too long in front for him.
Yeah, the race is never over until they hit that wire. It was the 8 Aerostar getting the victory there for Francisco Arrieta and trainer Wayne Potts. We're going to be back with Joel Rosario, who's got a win earlier on the card, and he's going to have a big shot coming up in the Tinsel Stakes. We'll talk more about Rosario here at Oaklawn on America's Day at the Races.
Elite power to the front at the 16th pole, very clear, and going to take the rear to a sprint, but Elite Power does it again.
75 and a half, get it back, 550,000, thank you.
We're down a minute to get down, anybody else ground, and to get all through, well done, $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
John Mont.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Winner Circle time here on America's Day at the Races. Time to ring the bell here for trainer Wayne Potts and Francisco Arrieta, as he's going to be looking to contend for the top of the standings and looking for that jockey's title again. And had to work for it. You don't stop riding, like you always keep saying, and comes back and gets the victory here. Game of Inches, gets the nose down at the right time.
Yeah, you just never can give up. And particularly as a rider, you have to know that the 6 Crew Dragon is a horse that will wait on his competition. So even though he opened up what appeared to be nearly a length at one point, you've got to know that, hey, his habit is to wait and pull up. I'm going to come back and get him. And he got him just at the right moment, too, because the wire showed up, nailed him, and it didn't even give him a chance to re-engage if he wanted to.
Another decent price here, that mid-range price as we've seen throughout the cards there at Oaklawn. You get a $12.20 winner for the 8, and the follow-along, again, 4, 2, 8. If you have that together with that pool at $417,000, I think you're starting to get some real separation here in the Classic.
Absolutely, and listen, that's one of the beauties of Oaklawn Park. Big fields. If you can mine that nugget of gold, it could make your day.
Is our featured event coming up, the Tinsel Stakes at $150,000, and going to go the 1 1/8 distance, scratch of the 5. And this, if you're following along in that Class 6, this will be a big key race too, because you feel like the favorites have it, but if anybody outside of the 4 and the 7, you would think that that sequence is going to pay very well. But Rattle and Roll, currently 1-2, looks very, very tough.
He does, more of a closing type though, right? He's always going to be a little bit pace dependent. I do think there's ample enough speed to help his style, his late run. Horse I'm a little bit interested in is the 6 Money Supply. 2 for 2 at Oaklawn, comes in for David Jacobson.
Trainer Ken McPeak is going to give a leg up to the Hall of Famer Joel Rosario, who does have the mount on Rattle and Roll. And Joel Rosario was talking about how he is here at Oaklawn Park and spending the winter, and more opportunities here for the Hall of Fame jockey.
I mean, just feel like, you know, the right place to be in the winter here now. And, you know, we always love it here to be here. Just, you know, good energy, you know, people come to the races and all that stuff. So, you know, just nice to be back for their home here. Yes.
Concert Tour is running them off their feet in the Rebel.
I have a lot of good memory here, you know, winning the Rebel and a lot of other big races, you know. You know, it's been fun always here, just like I said, you know, people and everything, you know, they're always nice. And, you know, it's you know, if you want to be in a winter somewhere, yes, it's the right place to be.
Down to the wire, Orb has won the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for one, so you know where it come from, you know. But I think to be here and the hope and you know, just you know, we're looking for that one. So hopefully we'll find one good one.
Joel Rosario has had an opportunity to win a lot of races throughout his career. You take a look at those career earnings, over $344 million, excuse me, don't want to short him, 3,778 wins, and a Hall of Fame inductee in 2024. You see all the accolades, you see the stakes wins, you see the graded stakes wins, and Richie, when you talk about a Hall of Fame rider, and we talked about him a little bit earlier, also drumming up the business and going to Oaklawn, and that's going to be your base, and you feel like there's going to be more opportunities there. It's just the lifestyle of a rider, a true journeyman, and Joel Rosario continues to be riding at a very top level.
Oh, absolutely, and he's a big money rider, big race rider. He's unflappable, he stays cool. And listen, he's got one of the best jockeys agents in the history of thoroughbred racing in Ron Anderson, and I'm sure they took a long, hard look at, you know, what would be our best move for the winter. I'm sure touch base with the likes of Ron Moquette and Steve Asmussen and the like, and said, you know what, this is where we need to go. The purses are big, and I think we can get the best bang for our buck, if you will.
Yeah, and I, you know, as a fan and as a kid growing up and watching different jockeys and, you know, them becoming my favorite, Joel Rosario is definitely a name that jumped off the page, and we'll see how he does this winter at Oaklawn Park. Race number 9 at Tampa. It's going to be 1 mile on the turf, a maiden special weight, and we're seeing the field getting set to step onto the turf course. Let's go to Acacia for the finale.
And there was a late scratch coming into this race, Chris. The number 6, Mona L, wearing improper shoes, and so a late scratch back in the paddock. But taking a look at the current favorite, the number 5, Love on the Left Bank, as she comes in off of a near miss at Delaware last time out. She did get slammed at the start coming out of the gate there that day. And cutting out of the gate has been a little bit of the challenge, but I think maybe she invited a little bit of trouble with braking slow, but did get hit pretty strong, being drawn towards the inside. Then she, after that, was a little bit maybe further back than she might prefer because she is a high energy type and got a little bit keen, just missing finishing second that day as the favorite. Now she's energetic once again. That is typical of her as she's been really on her toes, but Cipriano Gale has done a good job in trying to keep her quiet throughout the preliminaries here. That's been a little bit of her challenge since coming here stateside, is keeping settled, but I do think she's done well with the freshening and being able to have a couple of works down here in Florida. The number 4, Take That, she's also energetic. She comes in off of a big layoff, not having run since January here at Tampa when with Shig McGahee, and she just missed that day. She finished behind a horse named Fundamentally, who would come back to win again. Unfortunately, that one has not raced since that race, so hard to really kind of get a gauge of exactly how good it was. But I thought that she ran well that afternoon, just missing. She is a big, strong daughter of Balabali, and there is plenty of pedigree, the dam being a multiple graded stakes winner, though more of a dirt router. This one obviously being able to handle the grass. At first I believed that she might be one that would benefit from a start, as I'm just watching her behind the gate here. She actually stepped onto the turf first because she got really much more wound up once they got onto the grass. I liked her before that. I don't love how she's getting herself worked up quite a bit behind the gate, but Sammy Camacho kicking his feet out of the irons and trying to do everything he can to keep her settled. So she is definitely fresh off the layoff. Hopefully she can keep it together as she gets ready for this first start in a long time. The number 10, Trading Strategy, gets onto the turf for the first time for Chad Brown, but there's just really no pedigree on the bottom side to suggest that she should handle the grass. The dam was more of a dirt horse. She was 0 for 2 on the turf, and there were by far her 2 worst races. And while there is some quality in the siblings, none of them won or were really even effective on the grass. But she's a horse that I've always had a complaint about being kind of angular and lighter framed, and I'm wondering if that physicality is in large part why Chad's taking a try on the grass with her, because of how she's built. She actually does have a little bit of a turf hoof too, if I could say it, and she has strengthened a bit now second off the bench as she faced a pretty salty group last time out, including her stablemate Philly Freedom, who won that race and would go on to try the Mother Goose. So optimistic about her being able to handle the surface despite the lack of pedigree, Chris.
Thank you very much, Acacia, down there at Tampa Bay Downs, doing a tremendous job as always. And we've got the 9th and final, and you like the 5 here. It's going to be your top selection.
Yeah, trained by Miguel Camont, somebody that Acacia might be familiar with. Love on the Left Bank. I kid. Now, the 4, yeah, she really kind of got really worked up once she hit the turf course, probably saw the starting gate. But the 5, Love on the Left Bank, just comes out of a really good effort at Delaware that would make her very tough. Ran against much better in Saratoga, where she didn't break particularly well and still ran on, I thought, credibly, to be beaten about 3.5 lengths. She just looked formidable here.
And the 10 was also taking quite a bit of action. You heard Acacia talking about Sammy Marin being aboard here for trainer Chad Brown, but 3 career dirt starts, has not seen the turf yet. Why turf now, I guess?
Well, I don't think that the races on dirt for this filly have really borne out that $500,000 price tag they paid for his working out. So, one thing about Chad, though, Brown, when he changes surface with a horse, even if they don't have a pedigree, he's right more times than he's not. And I'm sure people are really betting the connections here more than anything.
Yeah, trust the connections in these spots. It's made in special weights. It's going to be the finale here at Tampa. Acacia likes the 4. You like the 5. We'll see who ends up winning this finale at Tampa. We had that big price, the big long shot to start the early double. So if you did get in, or excuse me, the late double. So if you got involved in that late double, you're looking for anybody basically to close it out. But the 4 has been pretty worked up in the warm-up and now a little reluctant to look.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't like when riders have their feet out of the stirrups in situations like that, because if a horse gets, flighty, rears up and loses their balance, it's hard to get away from them as a rider. And the last thing you want is a 1,000-pound horse sitting on you, right? But I'm going to read between the lines. I really think that Acacia loves the 5, Love on the Left Bank. She just didn't want to sound like a homer and pick her husband's horse.
As a jockey, is there any way to help the horse settle a little bit more? Is there anything else that you can do?
You've got to keep yourself as calm as possible. Horses feed on energy. You don't want your energy to match theirs if they're worked up.
All right, we'll see. They did get the 4 in, and now the 10 will complete the lineup. It's going to be Jason Beam here with the 9th at Tampa.
And the race is on. Trading strategy broke out, but broke pretty well. Budget exceeded, flashing some early foot. And Sonia Henny down toward the inside. Queen of Spirits also right there in the early mix. It's Budget exceeded, Queen of Spirits, and down on the inside, Sonia Henny. Those are the top 3 by the wire the first time. Trudak going to settle down 4th. After that comes New Issue, Miss Valentina there, 5th and 6th. Then a lineup of 3 at the back. Money Trail between horses, Love on the Left Bank, and Trading Strategy. But only about 7 or 8 lengths cover the group as they roll through that first turn. The first-time starter, Budget exceeded, and Gadiel Martinez in front by just over a length. Queen of Spirits chases in second. 23.27 seconds was the opening quarter mile. So they start the backstretch run. Budget exceeded leads down to 3/4 of a length. Queen of Spirits presses closer, also on the outside. New Issue getting a little bit closer, so those top 3 bunching up. Then comes another lineup of 3 from the far outside, Miss Valentina, Trudat between horses, and Sonia Henny. And then there's another group of 3, so they're running in 3 triads as they go up the backstretch. 47.27 seconds, the opening half mile. Budget exceeded, has been there every step of the journey. New Issue to the outside, pressing a little bit closer. Queen of Spirits starts to back up a touch. Sonia Henny trying to come through down along the inside. Love on the Left Bank is boxed in between runners there in a bit of a tight spot. Trading Strategy, meanwhile, going to wheel to the far outside as they come to the top of the lane. Budget exceeded still there. New Issue fresh to the attack on the outside, and those 2 into the stretch. Sonia Henny comes to the outside to join them 3 in a line, and Sonia Henny has some momentum. Meanwhile, Love on the Left Bank is starting to roll with Money Trail. Trading Strategy down the far outside. Sonia Henny, the leader at the 16th pole. Money Trail going to go toward the inside. Then comes Love on the Left Bank and Trading Strategy. Sonia Henny in front. Sonia Henny to win it. Money Trail was second. Third went to Love on the Left Bank. And 4th was Trading Strategy.
Familiar Silks of Glen Hill Farm. Trainer Tom Proctor, they get the job done there. Pablo Morales on the 1, Sonia Henny. And the 2, Money Trail, will round out your exacta. 1-2 in the 9th.
A really nice trip and ride here. Pablo Morales to get it done on Sonia Henny, the 1. Saved ground. Got that unencumbered trip when she was able to get out in the clear. Not the case for the 2, Money Trail. Go back and watch this replay. She pulled up, checked hard out of tight quarters, about the 3.5, and was remarkable that she re-rallied to be second.
Yeah, we say it a lot, right? Tale of 2 trips, but the 1 just had a cleaner path, cleaner run, and was able to hold off the charge from the 2, who might have been best in the 9th. That does close things out there from Tampa. We've got the Tinsel Stakes coming up from Oaklawn Park. It's our featured event. It's going to be 1 mile and 1/8, and it's that older male division. We'll see if Rattle and Roll will get the money. Race 8 is coming up on America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. And we welcome Arizona to the mix there on Naira Bets. So thanks for getting involved in all the wagering action. And we've got some stakes coming up for you right now, and the Get Out Pick 3, too. We talked about those new wagers at Oaklawn Park, and this is another one, the Get Out Pick 3, and it's going to be a nice stakes race, $150,000 guaranteed, the 5th running of the Tinsel Stakes at 1 1/8 in that older male division. This is an opportunity to kind of assert and see what's going to happen in 2026.
Absolutely, and again, we talk about a comprehensive series of races, obviously for the older horses, culminating with the Oaklawn Park Handicap.
All right, let's take a look at the field here, post-parade time for our featured event this afternoon, and we've got the one, and that's going to be a Joel Rosario for Steve Asmussen.
From the inside, a horse that does have a couple of decent efforts at Oaklawn Park, and get Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen in your corner.
Manny Esquivel is going to have the 2 at 10-1 in Woodcourt.
Every now and then throws a race in that would be competitive. His last start at Oaklawn back in February. Now this is his 3rd start off the layoff, although his 2 comeback races leave a little to be desired.
Horse that won off the break was 5th last time out. That's Macman.
Yeah, caught a sloppy track last time. Is 1 for 6 at Oaklawn.
Maybe the controlling speed, trying to just take them all the way. Francisco Arrieta and Willie Dees.
Yeah, he looks to me like that's his best go. He wants to go to the front, and Francisco Arrieta consistently aggressive.
Scratch the 5. There is the 6 money supply. Christian Torres.
Deep closer. That's 2 for 2 over the Oaklawn Park strip.
And an imposing favorite here, 4-5, Joel Rosario, over $3.5 million earner, Rattle and Roll.
Yeah, and I think comes off of a couple of efforts, even in the Clark, against much tougher. That would be very tough to beat here.
Stanton Flurry is the co-owner of the number 2 Wood Court, is 9-1 right now, and he's with Megan Burgess.
Well, with a very familiar face to Oaklawn Park here in Stanton Flurry of Flurry Racing Stables, the co-owner of the number 2 Wood Court. And as you mentioned off camera, this horse does not like Zia Park, but looking to rebound here in this effort.
Yeah, last year during the Zia Park Derby, and this year he ran pretty much the same race and just kind of spit it out coming around the turn. So hopefully he runs here at Oaklawn like he did last year here at Oaklawn. He seems to really love this track, loves it in the morning, so hopefully this is a little rebound race for us.
And he certainly has this speed. Tactically, do you find him to be right there on the front end with a horse like Willie Dees?
That's kind of what we're thinking. Probably sitting right off of Willie Dees, and hopefully we can get far enough ahead of Rattle and Roll, and hopefully they have to chase us down.
Well, you were the leading owner here in 2023 and 2024. Come back, of course, Oaklawn is home for you here in Hot Springs. What are some expectations and things you're looking forward to during this meet?
Hopefully this year we can just knock out a few maidens we've got coming along, win some allowance races, and hopefully be competitive in some of these stakes races coming up with Wood Court. And we've got another 3-year-old now, Zero Sugar, just ran 2nd in the Zia Park Derby. So hopefully we can get him in action here soon. And another horse I've got with Brad Cox, Bedard, he'll be coming along again. He ran a big race here last year. So hopefully get back on the right track with some of these things.
Well, best of luck here, Stanton. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And Chris?
There was Stanton Flurry there talking about the 2 in Wood Court, maybe going to be part of the pace scenario and take it to Willie Dees. But the number 7, Rattle and Roll, 4-5, and a name that we're familiar with, and a horse that's been traveling all around the globe. And let's take a look at the effort in the Fayette back there in October.
Man, this was a big effort. I mean, did get good pace to close into, going a mile and a furlong. They went 46-3, but he's running against significantly tougher than what he's facing here, and he does everything but win, right? Again, he got the pace to run into, and he comes with a very steady, grinding kind of run, but he had to start from a long ways back because he was so far back. The more you have to do, the longer your run can become, right?
Right.
It's one thing, you get position, you sit in a position, wait, you can time your run. When you're that far back, a lot of times you got to start marching a little earlier than you really want to.
And you see, once again, Rattle and Roll brings in those accolades, 7 career graded stakes victories. We talked about that blue collar type horse, over $3.5 million in earnings, and has done it just kind of with that same style. Trainer Ken McPeak has spotted this horse well, and maybe looking at a return trip maybe to the Saudi Cup and looking at that card. But Rattle and Roll, these are the types of horses you like to see, and at 6 years old, continuing on that tough, hard-knocking veteran type horse.
Well, and he's 10 for 29 lifetime, so he's winning better than a third of his starts, right? And then he's also gaining checks, 3 seconds, 3/3. One thing about Kenny McPeek, he's not bashful about having horses travel and shipping into spots, and he's managed his horses very well. This horse earning over $3.5 million is living evidence of that. And honestly, I think it's just a matter of time before Kenny McPeek's resume lands him in racing's Hall of Fame. I mean, you think about what he's done with Mystic Dan and obviously Torpedo Anna, but consistently buying good horses for not a premium, for less than the average amount of money and turning them into top-class racehorses.
Let's go to Megan with more.
Well, the number 7, Rattle and Roll, we know the class of this horse. He's a globe-trotting earner of over $3 million, and he's won a Grade 1 winner. And for a horse to win a Grade 1 in 2021 and still be in the form he is today is an admirable pursuit, particularly, of course, as mentioned, for the work that Kenny McPeek has done and his success here at Oaklawn Park. But he's just very typical Rattle and Roll. He's an athletic horse. He keeps his condition very well. He's fit, coming off, of course, that effort in the Grade 2 Clark, where, to me, he's one that has just kind of got outpaced and outrun in his races. I find getting into this more compact group, drawing from the outside, I don't think that he's going to have to suffer those consequences. While he is going to come from off of it, I do think he'll be a little bit more tactically paced. But I did go against him here with the number 4, Willie D's. I don't leave the number 7 Rattle and Roll off my ticket by any means, but I like the way this horse has been doing, is able to get to the front end and hopefully secure that lead. As we mentioned in that interview earlier, the number 2 Woodcourt could certainly join him for that pace up front, but I just find he was one that was outside in the winner's circle versus being kind of stuffed up in the paddock, and he's one that's just really cool, calm, and collected, a professional sort, one that I've enjoyed spending some time around, and I find that he was interesting up there at 5-2, but no doubts about the class edge, of course, of the number 7 Rattle and Roll here, Chris.
Yeah, Rattle and Roll is going to be at 3-5 right now, but Richie, Megan goes with the 4. You're going to end up on the 6 here, so we're staying away from the favorite, even though he looks imposing here in the Tinsel.
Honestly, more that I just didn't want to pick another really short-priced horse. I'm trying to be a little bit creative. I like the fact that Money Supply is 2 for 2 at Oaklawn Park. Well, it sounds like we're going to have a late scratch of the 6 Money Supply.
They really want you to back into the favorite right now as far as the wagering, but the number 6 is going to be scratched in Money Supply, as you were pointing out. Christian Torres, and these things do happen because the horses have to be looked at on the racetrack, and it takes so much just to get them into the starting gate. And
sure,
it's important for folks at home to remember that we've always got eyes on them right up until post time.
Yeah, and they go through a pre-race examination, but sometimes a rider feels something that they didn't pick up in the examination, right? You have the horse underneath you, you feel if they're not distributing their weight exactly perfectly or properly when they're on the jog, when they're at their canter. So he'll live to fight another day. I am always okay with horses being late scratches. There's attending veterinarians at the gate. There's protocols. We want to make this game as safe as it possibly can be. Now, it's kind of interesting listening to the instructions about Woodcourt, right? We just heard Stanton Flurry talk about. We told him, yeah, we'll probably lay up 2nd to Willie D's. That tells me Willie D's is making an easy lead here.
Yeah.
The thing to do is come out, allow your horse to run for the first 16th of a mile, and make that horse commit to the idea of the lead. Don't come out looking to hand him the lead, because then he folds over and he's walking in your face and you're steadying off him. Let your horse run away from there. Now, I'm not saying send him. Allow him to use their rhythm, their stride. Let that horse commit. He clears you. Now he's created separation. You're laying 2nd in a perfect spot.
The 6 was not going to be a big pace presence in here. You do get that scratch, and 35 live tickets right now in that Class 6. So if you're going into this Get Out Pick 3, there's just 3 races left in the sequence. You've got anxious moments as a bettor if you're one of those 35 live tickets here for a big pot like that. But this should be a real clean run for Rattle and Roll, too. Not with a big field to where you're going to run into traffic. So you should see an honest effort of, if the 4 is in front, the 7 should have every chance, right, at this 1 1/8 to run that leader down.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think that Rattle and Roll has the most maybe natural ability of this group. I think Willie D's is going to gallop them to silly on the lead. I really do.
Yeah.
And I'll wind up there with the scratch of the 6, especially after hearing. And this is so important to get those insights from connections about intentions. Sometimes we blame riders. Go, well, why didn't he go? Well, because their instructions were to take back. Now, it didn't happen as much to me because I just tend to not listen anyway and just do what I thought was right in the moment. Can't tell you how many times I followed instructions and got beat and then got criticized and didn't follow instructions and won, and oh, great ride.
Willie Dees is going to try and possibly take them all the way. We'll see what happens with Wood Court, but yeah, great interview ahead of the race that just gives us that insight and that honest opinion on what they think is going to happen coming up in today's 8th. It's the Tinsel Stakes. It's the 5th running. We had that late scratch of the 6th. Looks like Willie Dees is just taking a quick moment there for jockey Francisco Arrieta to get in the gate. Rattle and roll. The veteran, will see if he continues that winning way. It's race 8. It's the Tinsel. It's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
We're ready to go in the Tinsel Stakes. And we're off. The quintet all broke smoothly. Wood Court on the lead. MacMan takes a hold. Willie Dees moving up to apply some heat on Wood Court. And Willie Dees and Wood Court are side by side with 1 lap to go. Dymatic closer than usual today. He's running in 3rd. MacMan outside of him. And Rattle and Roll, per usual, takes a spot at the back of the pack. You'll see his best gear later on if he comes with his best. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Decent tempo here and pretty contentious, as you can see. Willie Dees on the outside of Wood Court, who's a neck behind. Willie Dees has a head in front as they hit the 3/4 pole here. They've opened up 3 on another pair, MacMan and Dymatic, and 5 back to Rattle and Roll and Joel Rosario biding their time at the rear, getting in a good rhythm. 5 furlongs left to go in the contest here. Wood Court, Willie Dees went 23 and 1/5 seconds. Decent tempo, half in 46 and 2. So they're moving right along. No breathers for either front runner down the backstretch. Still a gap of 2.5 or 3 to MacMan, who's going better than Dymatic, who's come under a loose rein now. And Rattle and Roll is yet to pass a runner, but he's moving up towards Dymatic in the 4th position. Into the far turn. Wood Court still a neck in front now, and Willie Dees is niggled along from his outside, but sticking to him. MacMan is 3rd. Rattle and Roll getting into the race now. He's 4th, 4 lengths behind with 5/16 to go. Now it's only 3. He's going to stay outside in the clear for the stretch drive. 1/4 mile more remains for Willie Dees and Wood Court, but they're both all in. And here comes Rattle and Roll looming up on the outside. He's coming with a charge now. Rattle and Roll breezing by horses now, and Joel Rosario hasn't even shaken the reins at him yet. Rattle and Roll with a furlong to go, breezing by Willie Dees in the final furlong, and his class is on full display here. Rattle and Roll cruising in, winning the Tinsel by 1.5 lengths. Willie Dees was 2nd, MacMan 3rd, then Wood Court and Dymatic.
Rattle and Roll for trainer Ken McPeak will get that victory, an easy victory, as Joel Rosario was just kind of nibbling at him a little bit, but he got the pace set up that he wanted to because it was a contested pace up front between the 4 and the 2, but Rattle and Roll gets that victory.
He was back in last. Joel Rosario could not be any cooler, calmer, allowed him to gallop into the stretch, didn't care about losing any ground, and he won with consummate ease. You want to talk about winning with something left? This is the definition of winning with something left. And listen, he got the pace, but this was a really nice effort for Rattle and Roll. Kenny McPeak, well spotted, and what a hot start he's gotten off to the meet, winning at better than 60% at this early Oaklawn Park stand.
Yeah, trainer Ken McPeak there continues a very nice season in 2025, and there is the shot from the drone, and just an easy victory here for Rattle and Roll. And the number 4, Willie Dees, was trying. I mean, just didn't break very quickly, broke glass in the field, and then had to kind of work up there, and the Wood Court wouldn't relent, didn't want to just give the 4 an easy lead, and that boded very well for the 7.
Yeah, I mean, he was basically contesting the pace with Wood Court. I don't blame Manny Esquivel for holding his position. He had inside position. He broke sharper. Came up 2nd best anyway. We got to give it to the winner. Rattle and Roll was very, very good today.
Yeah, his class really prevailed there in the end. And veteran-type horses, you know their style at this point. There's no questions. This is going to be his style. This is the way he runs. If he gets the right pace set up, he can win some big races going into next season.
I just love the way he crept into position around the far turn with Rosario just like a statue, right? He wasn't asking him for anything. He was allowing his horse to carry him, get up underneath him, and take him to that position. And that's Joel Rosario at his finest, when he's just as cool, calm, and collected as always. He's as cool as the other side of the pillow, Chris.
Yeah, you can see the arm action too, just very relaxed and letting him do it on his own. So a really impressive victory in the Tinsel Stakes. And what do you think this sets Rattle and Roll up for some big races, going into 2026?
Well, you got to like the fact that this was his first try at Oaklawn Park, and the way he did it, you've got to think that they're going to take a long, hard look going forward at races like the Oaklawn Park Handicap.
Yeah, looking at some of those fields moving on and into next season, and the $3.5 million earner just tallied a bit more. He continues his winning ways, and Joel Rosario picks up another win on the card, too. Rattle and Roll won the Tinsel Stakes. Come on back. America's Day at the Races.
$6,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now 650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Winner Circle time at Oaklawn Park, and Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipton. The Kentucky Winter Mix Sale is scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. You can enter now at FasigTipton.com. There is Rattle and Roll going into the Winner Circle, and he tallies just another victory here, a 11th lifetime score. It was your favorite, 3-5, but a very imposing favorite who gets the job done. And Megan caught up with, I believe, Joel Rosario one more time.
Here again with Joel Rosario. We're best friends now at Oaklawn, aren't we?
Yes, I like that.
Well, you get the win here with Rattle and Roll. An important one, a stepping stone for him into next year. What were your takeaways from this effort?
Yeah, I mean, he's a nice horse. He always tries really hard. You know, he's running against, you know, best horses, you know, and the counting, you know, he's just honors, you know, he ran really well again today, you know. So he came up like he always does, you know, off the pace, and look, that was easy at the end.
And Kenny McPeak had mentioned, has he spoken to you about, you know, maybe the springboard of the Oaklawn Handicap, potentially Saudi? You might not have the insight to his plans, but are you ready to pack your bags, maybe to the Middle East if he does land back over there, huh?
Sure, it's up to them, you know, up to the, you know, the owner and Kenny, and yeah, why not? You know, he's a good horse, and you know, hopefully he'll stay on like that with him.
Well, you've gotten off to a great start here at Oaklawn. Hope to be seeing you more so in the Winner's Circle. Very, very important, and congratulations for this win.
Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you very much, Megan. And the Joel Rosario taking a picture there with the trophy, the winning connections in the Tinsel Stakes. And Joel Rosario, he's had plenty of victories, graded stakes victories, and it's not that he's not excited about every win. It's just, you know, he knows what it takes to get to the Winner's Circle, and then he also knows that there's plenty of options, and you just go out there and you ride the next race.
He just stays very, very cool, calm about everything. He's unflappable. And you know what? He stays in his lane. He knows his job's riding, and he allows his agent, Ron Anderson, to do his job, and that's getting him on the right horses in the right spots. And Ron's done that consistently well his entire career. Worked for many Hall of Famers, and I like Joel. He's just like, yeah, he's a good horse. You know, he just pretty easy going about it.
Been there before. Been there before. That is his personality too, though. Just off the racetrack, he's just very easy going, but a top rider. You do get Rattle and Roll if you had the favorite. If you had this horse singled, you're in good shape because now you've got 2 more legs here in this Class 6, a $417,000 total pool. Again, find out what those live tickets are, but this is a really nice Class 6, 29, I'm being told. Live tickets still there here as we go into the late double. $117,000 is the purse. It's race number 9. It's 6 furlongs, a scratch of the 3. And Francisco Arrieta right now is going to be on Dive Bomber, who is at 6-5 off of an 8-1 morning line.
Yeah, taking all the money here, and obviously this horse must be training in a fashion, besides the good races in Kentucky, has never started at Oaklawn Park, to warrant that 6-5. But obviously this horse is in good form, and you're getting Francisco Arrieta, who last year was actually on the verge of leaving Oaklawn Park, and his valet in the jockey's room convinced him to stay, tough it out. He wound up being leading rider.
Francisco Arrieta will look to be atop the standings with that great advice. He's back here this year, and he's going to have another tremendous season, I think, at Oaklawn Park. It's break time. We're going to talk about, not the Tinsel Stakes, we'll talk about the Silk Stakes. That was yesterday, and it was Dreamin' Blue with another familiar name, Rafael Bejarano. Come on back here on FS1, America's Day at the Races. Getting ready for race number 9. It's right around the corner at Oaklawn Park. It's America's Day at the Races. We've got the Class 6 that we continue to follow along. And we've seen a great day of racing so far, and we've got the nice opportunities here to really cash in that Get Out Pick 3. We saw Rattle and Roll go on to a nice victory. And the Silk Stakes yesterday, we saw another familiar name in Rafael Bejarano was aboard Dreamin' Blue, had an outside draw, and was very impressive yesterday in the Silks.
He was impressive because he kind of middle moved around the far turn while caught a touch wide, but he moved into a very fast part of the race. They were about half in 44 and 4. And he continued. I mean, a lot of times a horse will do that, and then at some point their run will start to dissipate. They only have so long they can make that kick, right? He
Yeah.
continued, and he finished the deal.
Yeah, we had quite a few horses in there that were taking action, but Dreamin' Blue wasn't forgotten. It was a $12 winner yesterday, but won the Silk Stakes and did it impressively, and you're going to continue to see a lot of these horses. It's important to look at their trips and look at those replays and watch them in these spots because they'll come right back and have more opportunities at Oaklawn throughout this season.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about a 5-month stretch at Oaklawn. These horses are going to make obviously more than one appearance, and you want to take note of the horses that maybe had compromising trips or weren't in the most comfortable positions. And a lot of it is just watching replays. You'll see which horses identify which horses don't handle kickback, dirt thrown in their face. So next time they get an outside post, you're going to lean a little heavier on those type. Or a horse that maybe needed a run and now should be primed for a better effort. The length of this Oaklawn Park meeting, I think, really helps people handicap as you go along.
Yeah, the holiday season at Oaklawn Park will continue, and we'll see if Dreamin' Blue will return and come back in one of those big sprint stakes a little bit later on into their classic season as well. But we did see Rattle and Roll get the job done, and we've seen a great card so far. We saw it at Tampa. We've seen it right here at Oaklawn. And still with 2 races to go, we got the 9th race coming up, and we're going to have another sprint at 6 furlongs. And we do see the horses in the paddock. You're going to scratch the number 3, but the 4 Dive Bomber we talked about before the break, Francisco Arrieta for trainer Shea Stewart. Winner of the last 3 starts, and Dive Bomber seems to be that in-form horse, and it looks like the bettors have really gone that way based off of this current form.
Well, people like to see ones, and his last 3 starts were all good efforts. He's shown a little bit of versatility where he can come from off the pace or, like last time, going a hybrid distance of 7.5 furlongs. He actually attended the pace and was able to finish. So he's just in really good form at the moment.
Yeah, 7.5 furlongs, and taking a look at Dive Bomber at that distance. Shea Stewart teaming up. You get Francisco Arrieta. They've done nice work together, so it's the right connections in the right spot. That price, though, at 8-5 seems very, very short. It felt like a bit more competitive field, and there's plenty of speed signed on. I know we had the scratch up to 3, but there's still some speed to contend with in this 6-furlong sprint.
Well, right outside of Dive Bomber is Carbone, and Carbone has been a horse that's shown pretty good speed at times as well.
Yeah, it's a little later in the day there, 8 minutes away from race number 9. It's going to be the late double, and the connections at this point, as you do go through the day, we're going to take a look at the 6 here in just a second, and that's Lipsay Bliss for trainer Robert Medina. Christian Torres, this is one of those names as far as jockeys you're going to kind of follow as a bettor because he is a top jock there, but let's look at that last effort, a 2nd place finish last time at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, against Echo again, who is a very hard-knocking and consistent kind of a runner. So you got to, I think, elevate the 6-horse Lipsay Bliss, his effort because of that, how well he ran here to get up for 2nd.
Has been over some wet surfaces, gets that turf tries before that muddy surface last time. Is it a true reflection of a horse going to 6 furlongs on a fast main track when you've seen some of the different surfaces, different types of conditions? Does that make it more difficult for a handicapper?
Oh, I think so, right? You're trying to understand how this race going 6 is going to play out for a horse like him, who has good races going further, has good races on turf, and now has good races sprinting as well. At least, on an off racetrack there, he finished well. Kind of a heavy-headed horse too, right? You watch him run, he runs with his head out and down. Those kind of horses wear a rider out. They just exhaust you.
And talk about that. I mean, it's the 9th race coming up. It's the late double. These riders, it's a long day sometimes on a Saturday when you have these big races and competitive. Staying fit, staying in good condition, and making sure that you can ride the entire card if it does come to that. And we have talked a lot about Joel Rosario, but these younger riders too, they want to take every opportunity. But how do you stay zoned in, I guess, going into some of these later races?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is adrenaline, enthusiasm. Remember too, riders are working with a less than optimum amount of calories, right, to do something very strenuous, a very physical activity, being a rider. But I think a lot of times it's just your will, your desire, and definitely that enthusiasm will carry you through when you're kind of hitting the wall exhaustion-wise.
Is that something that we kind of forget sometimes? Because in the mornings, jocks are getting aboard and they're training and they're working with these horses, is that going to help you in the mornings as far as training? It not only helps the horse, but does it help the young riders, the jockeys too?
Well, absolutely. You're getting familiar with horses. You're also more in tune with the racetrack. You've been out in the morning. I always rode better when I was working horses in the morning. I did not like having days off. And also it was easier for me to make weight when I worked horses out in the morning.
Dive Bomber is going to be Francisco Arrieta in the saddle, and he's going to battle back and forth, I think, with Christian Torres throughout the season. And if you can get Christian Torres at 4-1, if you are knocked out of the Class 6 and with 29 live tickets as we're getting set to close out that sequence, you start price shopping a little bit. You start looking for some of that value and say, you know, I've only got 2 opportunities left. As a bettor, you're trying to find a little bit of a score in there. I can't settle on the favorite all the time.
No, right. You got to try to be a little bit creative or think a little bit outside the box, no doubt.
Tyler Bacon, he's going to kick things off here aboard Big City at 11-1. That's the one.
Yeah, this is a horse that had a lot of speed early on in his career and seems to have kind of changed it around a little bit. Hasn't been seen since last February, but got to work out a trip from the inside.
Joel Rosario just won the stake there on the 2, and here is the 4 in Dive Bomber.
In very good form, taking all the money.
There's the 5, Carbone, Johan Rosado. Steve Asmussen.
This is a horse they thought enough of. He was on the Derby Trail right in the Southwest. The Rebel didn't pan out, but kind of put it back together his last 2 starts.
Comes off of that muddy track effort, the 6, Lipsay Bliss.
Really nice effort, turning back in distance. Feels like the connections are not quite sure what his best go is.
All right, there is a 7, Mike Maker training.
A horse that has speed and has an outside towards the outside draw. I think it's a good trip.
Well, the 8 is going to be Classified, McLean Robertson.
Yeah, this is a horse that has 2 decent efforts at Oaklawn Park last year. Should be lurking from off the pace.
Saw the 9 go by there, Linzer, and here is the 10 to round things up. Fernando Jara at 13-1.
Horse that's shown some brilliance at times in his career early on. He was really good 2-year-old. His last start was very, very good.
Dive Bomber is in razor sharp form right now. That's the 4 at 9-5. Megan with more.
Well, when I first handicapped this race, looking at him on the morning line, I believe, of 8-1, thought he was going to be a little bit more of a sneakier play, maybe a bit of a value play, but up there at 9-5 now, as people have certainly caught on. But the number 4 Dive Bomber is one that is in very fine form there for the Shea Stewart barn, and one that I just found is coming into a race. The theme of this race, I thought, where many of these horses have been coming out of those strong buyer speed figures, maybe those lower 90s, upper 80s, and they all kind of made sense as far as just trying to figure out who's going to put forth their best run. And I thought the 4 Dive Bomber certainly fit that bill. He's one that I thought is kind of a mid-range tactical type that makes his run. And to me, I think he has the speed to work with where he can kind of sit there in the pocket there and be able to trip out with Francisco Arrieta back aboard, who rode him to victory at Churchill Downs last time out. But as I mentioned, he's rolling off 3 straight victories. He's the now horse, and one that is just very consistent. They've been stepping him up off of that $50,000 claim earlier this year, and what an astute claim that was, is they've kind of asked him forwardly in each of his starts, and he's responded each time. As I mentioned, he has that tactical ability. I think he's going to get the right kind of trip with some of the speeds in here. And he wears those hood and blinkers, as he's one that can kind of lean in a little bit, has maybe a bit of a tendency to drift out, keeping him on the straight and narrow there for this effort. But the number 5, Carbone for the Steve Asmussen barn, is one that I've always been quite fond of. He was one that was pretty precocious, that big win earlier on in his career, and then he never quite got back there. Didn't quite pan out in some of those graded stakes attempts. He ran here in some of those Derby prep races, and he was kind of a highly sought-after horse. He was favored in the Southwest before going off form. Now, he's a horse that likes to be forward. There's other speeds, as I've mentioned, in this race. And Johan Rosado, who we saw got a win earlier in the card for Steve Asmussen, again calling upon this young rider, needs to get him into the clear, being able to get out underneath of horses. I find he's not quite one that responds well to that kickback and being covered up. Hopefully he can kind of carve out that trip, but I found him to be one that could be vulnerable to the other speeds here. But checking in with the number 7 Iglees for the Mike Maker barn, one that I thought was going to be the favorite. Pretty cold up there at 6-1, and Mike Maker and his claims are just so astute. They $30,000 from the Brittany Van Wierenberg barn. comes back to run at 99, blowout win by 14 lengths there. And this is a tougher test, obviously. He's one that also does his better work when he's forward, and he's held his own in the class test. He's really good at hitting the board. We'll see what kind of trip he manages there with Rafael Bejarano, who's also been able to get on the board as far as the jockeys are concerned. But I ended up landing on the number 4 Dive Bomber, hoping to kind of redeem off of some of that early momentum with those 2 winners, Chris, earlier on in this pick 6 sequence.
Thank you very much, Megan. And taking a look at the 7 right now, who is going to be your top pick, Richie, but you felt like you wanted to add a little bit something because Lipsay Bliss is right there off of that second place try over the muddy track last time.
Well, they both come out of that same race where, Lipsay Bliss was beaten 1.25 lengths, and Iglesias was beaten 15 1/4.
Yeah.
But if you watch the replay of that race, Iglesias got off a touch slow, rushed up into what I thought was a pretty contested pace. And the winner of that race, Echo again, and the 6, Lipsay Bliss, are 2 horses that rallied from well off the pace. I think that the race just suited them better. I think if Iglesias could get back to either one of his previous efforts, that makes him a contender at a bigger price. Lipsay Bliss, listen, he's only got 1 sprint on his card, and that was his second place finish last time. But this was a horse that was running long on dirt. Then they put him on grass. He won on grass. Then he went back to dirt. Then he tried marathon distance turf, and then immediately goes back to 6 furlongs. That speaks to me that maybe the connections are not quite sure what this horse is best at or what he really wants to do. They're still figuring it out, and he's a 5-year-old.
Yeah, and taking a look at the handicapping portion, and you talk about, those folks getting on Naira bets that they're newer to handicapping. That trip that you talk about, slow start, rushing up, then fading. You got to handicap and kind of notate that because that trip rarely ever works out, and it's important to notice it because it should help you in your betting later on because you can take a look at that effort, and it's not just a 15-length defeat. This horse didn't get to really run its race.
No, he had to run too hard to get back into the race after a slow beginning, and horses can only run so fast for so far, and that gas gauge empties out.
Another one of the new wagers at Oaklawn Park. There's 2 more legs in the Class 6, but this is the $5 final daily double that they've got there at Oaklawn Park, and we'll see if it's going to be a price or the favorite. It's Matt Dinnerman with the 9th.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Bad stumble for Classify at the start. No problems from Linzer, who steps on the gas. Linzer opens up 2 on Carbone, who's tracking today, running in second with a Gleason. Gold Sweep, who's 3 deep. Big City down on the rail. He's 4 lengths off the pace, 2 lengths clear of Dive Bomber. Then comes Politically Correct. Classify second to last after the bad stumble, and Lipsay Bliss also was away awkwardly, and the rider actually lost a stirrup there early on in the race. His feet are back in the stirrups, but Lipsay Bliss is a tall order, detached from the rest as they round the far turn. Linzer, 3 furlongs to go. A length and 3/4 ahead here. Iglesias sent hard by Bejarano in second. Carbone is joining him from the inside, about to snatch second. And Gold Sweep, who's 3 wide at the top of the lane. Big City's getting off the fence for the stretch drive. Classifies trying to get underway. They come off the turn. Linzer, 15-1, still in charge, and he's clear by 3 here. Gold Sweep in second. 2 price horses, 1-2 with a furlong to go. Linzer, 16th left, a 2-length lead. Gold Sweep's eating up ground on the outside. He's coming, and Lipsay Bliss from a mile behind. Can he get it? Lipsay Bliss is flying, and it's tight. What an effort by Lipsay Bliss. I don't know if he won it, but he was best. It was very, very close. Lipsay Bliss, after that bad break, ran huge to be in the photo for the win with Gold Sweep.
Well, it's going to show photo finish here in race number 9, and you're going to see on the chart here that the number 6 is going to run a monster race and a monster effort. Leg comes out of the stirrup. Did he get there? Oh, man, that's close. Got the bob.
And the inside, this angle always favors the inside horses. This was win, lose, or draw. The 6, Lipsay Bliss, was the best horse in this race, and what a remarkable effort. I mean, Christian Torres, he stumbles, loses both stirrups out of the starting gate, regains his stirrups. He was, basically in Little Rock, not Hot Springs, when the rest of the field turned for home. But this is what a top rider does. Christian Torres said, okay, I was dealt a bad hand. Not the beginning I wanted. Just going to take my time. I'm going to come with 1 run. I'm going to save all the ground. And if he didn't get up, it was not for a lack of effort. But boy, what a trip to overcome. And if he did it, incredible. Even if he didn't, what an incredible effort.
He's in the photo there with the 10 gold sweep. That's Fernando Jara aboard with that outside draw. Had a much better trip, but yeah, the 6, Lipsay Bliss. Big effort there. I didn't see the result of the photo. They're still taking a look at it. It is a bigger price, and the 6 does get up. How about that? At 4-1, the 6 Lipsay Bliss, and that's one that you go and watch back and you say, how did that happen? And I think we're going to take a look at the start right now. Richie, what happened?
Keep your eye on the 6. Without the benefit of a head on it, it appeared to me like he just really kind of stumbled there. And then you're going to see Christian Torres' legs or feet are out of the stirrups. He was riding well his inside stirrup. He'd already regained them there. The drone shot might give us a better insight.
Yeah, he gets squeezed at the
start. He gets squeezed right there. Not stumbled so much, but definitely took his feet out of the stirrups right there. Look at, he's trying to regain his stirrups at that point. And he drops far, far back. But this is what you're supposed to do. This is like textbook jockey 101. You have a rough beginning like that, don't try to make up any of that ground. Come with one late run. And it gives you the luxury of saving all that ground because now there's no pressure. If I get stopped, well, I couldn't win coming around. And look where he still had 8 lengths to make up, and they turned into the stretch. And he just keeps coming with this relentless rally. Well, I think they finally figured it out, Chris. This is a closing sprinter. 2 races in a row.
Oh, it's a dead heat.
A dead heat for the win.
More drama now as they are calling a dead heat. It's got to be for the win, right? Unofficial dead heat right now that they're posting. Yeah, it is 6-10. It's a dead heat. So it's going to be a dead heat for the win. So the 6 does get up, but it's a tie. It's a dead heat. We'll come on back. We're going to talk more. So much drama at Oaklawn right now. Come on back. America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
This holiday season, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your own account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock in the Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mindframe. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
Back here on America's Day at the Races, where we saw a lot of drama there with a dead heat gold sweep in the winner's circle. And you're going to see a couple winner's circles here as they do get the victory. And there is the 6, Lipsay Bliss. They had 2 different types of trips, and the 6 does get into that dead heat. 6, 10, 9 is the order of finish, and Megan has got plenty more with the 6 and Christian Torres.
Well, lots of drama there in the 9th race. None other than Christian Torres, who experienced a lot of it as far as the scare of losing your stirrup there. Talk me through the process early on of what was going through your head.
Yeah, no, we were hoping obviously for a clean break, but the horses inside outside of me, they broke better than me, and they kind of like make a sandwich on me, and I lost my inside stirrup. After that, I just put my foot in the stirrup back and just stay in the rail, safe ground as much as I can. I know the horse, he responded very well when I asked him, and he sure did.
You talk about knowing the horse, riding here for the years that you have at Oaklawn Park, and I feel like that's just given such a step up, especially with this kind of colony, really knowing this track, knowing these horses, Christian.
Yeah, no, definitely. You got to know the horses that you're riding, and me and the horse, we've been pretty lucky together, and you know, with the riding colony here, everybody rides pretty straight. You know, it's just a matter of, like, us rider, we got to learn how to ride with the others rider. You know, we got to learn their movement, and so I just, you know, what I do is I just stay in the rail, look everything, and I found the rail, and the rail opened up for me, and he got it done.
Well, I'm happy you're safe and sound after a near-win dead heat there, but what a ride, and congratulations nevertheless.
That's all right. Win's a win.
Chris?
Thank you very much there. And Meg, I was talking to you about staying focused and staying zoned in throughout the entire card, and Christian Torres just showed it. And great athleticism. You've talked about jockeys plenty all over the globe, but Christian Torres showing why he's the leading rider, because you don't give up. Foot comes out of the stirrup. There's a lot of things going on. Still hangs on. It was a dead heat, but a tremendous effort there from the 6 and the jock.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, the horse, to overcome everything he overcame, and what a closing kick he showed. And also being brave, running down through the inside, negotiating traffic. Anybody who's been stuck on the Belt Parkway with cars that are slower than your car in front of you, you want to make those gaps, right? But to have the presence of mind, lose your stirrup. You've got to have the leg strength to hold yourself up on one leg, readjust, get your other foot in the stirrup, all while going about 40 miles an hour on the back of a thoroughbred racehorse. Pretty strong athletic endeavor there by Christian Torres.
Yeah, really important for the handicappers, the bettors, to keep an eye on this race, because it'll show dead heat. It was between the 6 and the 10, and we can congratulate all those connections, of course. And you'll see the follow along there, 6-10. You had them on your Class 6. That's going to continue on, and you got still, we'll see how many live tickets there are going into this final leg, but I think it's going to be a pretty good payout if you do take this down, and we'll see how it plays out. But tremendous effort. We'll see what happens next time out. Gold Sweep, that was a big race too, a stock and pounce type trip. Big effort for the 10.
Yeah, listen, he was a young horse as a 2-year-old. Looked like he might be the next coming. Didn't continue to develop. He was with the Steve Asmussen barn at the time, but that was a big step in the right direction for him. His last 3 starts, as a matter of fact, kind of showing more of that promise that he had early on.
Race number 10, the 10th and final there, $115,000 purse at Oaklawn. It's an allowance race. We scratched the 4 in that spot, and we'll see what happens in race 10. We'll have plenty of coverage still in the finale and that last leg of the Class 6. Aqueduct, we're sitting right in front of it right now. We're going to preview when we come back to racing right here in New York, and we're talking about the Alex M. Robb and a rivalry that continues to grow here in New York. Come on back. We'll talk Bank Frenzy, Wine Steward, Doc Sullivan on America's Day at the Races. back here on a Saturday, America's Day at the Races, and it's brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Rockefeller Center, you see the tree, tradition. I got a chance to see it in person. I was right there.
It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
It is amazing.
Very festive, feels like Christmas time. Are you a good ice skater? I'm not.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
There's actually video of me falling down and the whole like comedy package long time ago. Anyway, but if you get a chance here during the holiday season, it's always great to see, and it's always great with the lights, but just the spirit and the spirit of the holidays, you know?
Absolutely, and they really deck it out the right way. Years ago, I would go to Caesar Kimmel, John Kimmel's father. His office overlooked where the tree was in Rockefeller Center. And he would always have a Christmas party for the tree lighting. So we'd be up in his office above the tree watching as it went on. Some great parties.
Yeah, and you know that Christmas season, the holiday season, always signals that we're getting towards the end of the year as well, and that means that we've got a racing calendar here at the New York Racing Association and taking a look at our racing program going into the year 2026, and this is a pretty exciting year because a lot is going to be happening. 196 race days in 26. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns to Saratoga one more time, June 3rd to the 7th. Closing day right here at Aqueduct is going to be June 28th, and then you got that 46-day Saratoga Summer Meet. And Belmont's opening day, tentatively right now, is September 18th.
Yeah, looking forward to the opening of New Belmont, the dawn of a new age in racing in New York. The construction's been coming along well. I take, when I'm down here, not up at home at the farm, I take daily walks, and I'm checking up. The one turf course is completely in, the other is in, the synthetic, the whole foundation's laid, the building itself is coming together, and I will always miss Aqueduct. I love Aqueduct. I have a soft spot in my heart for it. This first place I ever came racing. Obviously, I have a lot of good memories from my career here, but at least I'll always be the leading rider at Aqueduct. Nobody has enough time to pass me.
This is true. This is true. But, yeah, it's going to be a tremendous time, and it's going to be emotional, I think, for a lot of people, too, going into this 2026 season. But the fans, the bettors, and the tradition, I'm newer here, a newer fixture here in New York, but I can only imagine what you're going to go through and the many folks that are out there watching here on FS1, just the memories and the things you think about right here in New York, but at Aqueduct. And also the future and what's going to happen, and Belmont opening in September, and Saratoga has an opportunity in 2027 to go back to the traditional 40-day meet. So changes, things can be different, but great racing action in one of the greatest markets and the greatest sports in the world in horse racing.
Oh, absolutely. And this is New York City's racetrack. I grew up 8 miles from here. I can remember coming out on the subway with my father. When we would break, there was no winter racing. We would break for the winter, come back with the toboggan handicap every year. And, obviously I fell in love with the game right here. So it's always going to have that, little bit of emotion attached to it. You know?
I'm going to enjoy doing that with you there into the next year. Hey, there's going to be great racing, too, in 2026. And you talk about still racing in 2025. We got the Alex M. Robb, and that's going to be a return matchup here as we've got a budding rivalry between Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan. The Wine Steward is going to be in the mix, too. But you look back at the Thunder Rumble, and these two, at the 7 furlong distance, Doc Sullivan was able to sprint away, got a nice trip last time, and Bank Frenzy just couldn't make up that ground here at that 7 furlong distance.
No, and you go back to last year's Alex M. Robb, these horses were noses apart, where Bank Frenzy got the measure of Doc Sullivan. But I think there's a little touch more upside maybe with Doc Sullivan, who has, I think, been steadily improving as he's gotten older, right? Horses don't fully develop till the age of 5, where, he's going to be 5 on New Year's Day. All racehorses turn a year older on New Year's Day. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to...
No, but also, like, TriStar Farm and John Ortiz, I mean, they've been a new connection, and they've teamed up here with with Doc Sullivan, and they won a lot of races before we took our quick break. And I guess the distance is going to be the question a little bit, because now Bank Frenzy gets another fair shot, because Bank Frenzy was the hot horse going into the Thunder Rumble.
Well, Bank Frenzy is, I think, definitely, you can call him a mile specialist, right? 10 starts at the mile distance, 6 wins. He's gotten the measure of Doc Sullivan in the past at the mile distance. But where Bank Frenzy is going to turn 6, so he's been a fully developed horse already.
Sure.
Doc Sullivan is a horse that continues to grow and get bigger and stronger. He's 5 now. Listen, I think John Ortiz done a great job, but I also think Mike Maselli did a great job with him as well.
Yeah, the wine steward is going to have Jose Lescano aboard. Does get a rail draw in here, but the wine steward has an opportunity here to tackle those two, because this is a very good horse in their own right. Take a look at this last effort.
Yeah, listen, when he shows up with his A effort, he's good, and he's a horse that creates his own trip. He has won at the mile distance, only 3 starts at it, and he's run well at even longer distances, although looking at him, he always gave me the impression, the feeling of more of a sprinter type.
And this was a look at the Hudson there, taking a look at the wine steward. Was impressive that day, but these are also tough customers, so the 3 of them are going to take a bulk of the action when we do return to racing. But with those 5 career wins, 4 seconds, the wine steward will have to be in peak form probably to run against Doc Sullivan and Bank Frenzy, or where do you see the wagering going? I mean, you can really go so many different ways in there. Small field, but still very competitive.
Yeah, I think that Bank Frenzy, you know, at the end of the day will go off as your favorite on the strength of his record going a mile. But you talk about the strength of a breeding program, the state of New York. You've got the wine steward, nearly $750,000 in earnings. Bank Frenzy, over $850,000 earnings, and then Doc Sullivan now over $650,000 in earnings. You know, I've always believed that the health of a racing product in a state, there's a direct correlation to the health of the breeding program in a state. Well, the New York breeding program is very healthy, and truly New York breds start with an advantage.
Yeah, the New York breds are also taking a look, of course, to everything we talked about in 2026, and going to have some real opportunities, and you continue to see those purses be very strong and the breeding program be very strong. And the New York breds also making a real presence on the national scene as we continue to see. We talk about the road to the Derby. It can really happen from anywhere, and even right here in New York.
It's really interesting, Chris. You can go back to when I first came around, late 70s. I started riding in 1980, but I was already galloping horses. I was on farms in the late 70s, and you could pick the New York bred out of the crowd.
Yeah.
They look different.
Sure.
They weren't as big. They weren't as robust. I defy you now to pick a New York bred out of the crowd, you know, and they win at every level. Obviously, Funny Side being a Kentucky Derby winner, but I was blessed to ride the very first New York bred to earn $1 million. The horse's name was Win, and he was aptly named. Sally Bailey did a great job training him. Paul Corman recently passed away. We lost Paul, but he was one of the owners, and just a tremendous guy. But they have really taken it to another level. And, you know, roughly 1,200 New York breds bred in the state of New York every year.
Yeah.
And they're making an impact internationally.
Yeah, lots of great stuff coming up right here on this track behind me at Aqueduct and throughout the year in 2026. And we've got the 10th and final coming up at Oaklawn, too. It's the nightcap. Come on back as we see how the classics will end up. America's Day at the Races, the finale at Oaklawn. It's next.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield digs down deep to win it.
And Maxfield fought off all challengers easily to win the Foster.
Here's Maxfield. He's now 5 for 5. Maxfield, magnificent in the mine shaft. He won by 4.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today. Now's the time to subscribe to the NyraBets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NyraBets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back here on America's Day at the Races as we do get set for the 10th and final scratch of the 4. We're going to go 6 furlongs in this allowance event. About 5 minutes away here from the 10th and final, a fast track and also some carryover opportunities we'll talk about in the Class 6. But here is the 1 post-parade. It's the 1. Raise the bar for Steve Asmussen.
Really 2 nice efforts back-to-back. Big win at Remington. Like him a lot.
And here is the 2. This is a horse that will trigger another carryover. That's Cybertown.
Well, especially turning back in distance. Doesn't have any speed going longer. Sprinting should be outrun.
The 3 is Missin' Hollywood.
Yeah, it comes off a nice effort against Oklahoma breds. At Remington, this is tougher.
The 5 is going to be Run, Jalen, Run.
Yeah, comes off a nice win at Hawthorne. Is 0 for 8 at Oaklawn Park.
Christian Torres tries to do it again on the 6.
Yeah, claimed for 32 by David Jacobson. Stepped up to 50, ran well. 0 for 6 at Oaklawn.
Gun Flash is going to be 16-1. That's the 7.
Yeah, is moving up into a much tougher spot. 0 for 10 at Oaklawn.
Sinner Sin at 8-1. Evan Roman.
Yeah, owned by the owner of the racetrack, Louis Sella, who, by the way, getting inducted into the Arkansas Hall of Fame.
Awesome. Jamie Torres, 38-1. Orange Diablo.
Yeah, it just looks like this horse runs best when involved. Might not have the kind of speed needed.
Our colleague there, Tom Amos, the 10, 9-5, Invictus.
First start for Tom Amos. He certainly was very familiar with her mama, Serengeti Empress, his Kentucky Oaks winner.
The 11 is B. Sud, Donnie Von Hemmel trainee.
Yeah, another one that's going to have to find one of their A efforts is 1 for 11 at Oaklawn.
Let's talk about the 1 here and Raise the Bar. Last effort at Remington. Steve Asmussen is going to team up once again here, Joel Rosario. And when you talk about the 1 in this effort, it was a 5 1/4 length victory last time, and pretty, just much the best effort here from Raise the Bar.
Yeah, now listen, I'm not 100% certain the kind of field this horse is running against, but look at how this horse cruises into the stretch. I mean, they're going 21 and change, 44 and change, and was just on cruise control until Eric Asmussen asked this horse. He won quite easily, a minimal amount of pressure, and from the inside, you got to think this horse is going to utilize that speed. I can forgive, obviously, the turf effort. I can forgive the effort in the Bachelor. The other 3 efforts were all wins.
Some big will pays. Taking a look at the Class 6 as it's going to round out, but Megan likes the 1. Richie likes the 1. Raise the Bar. Let's talk to Megan why the 1 is going to win this 10th and final.
Well, I always feel good when me and Mig land on a similar horse and have a similar line of thinking, but man, oh man, Mig, do I wish you could see this horse in the flesh, in the paddock. I admire good-looking Texas bred, as I am a Texas bred myself, but he looks fantastic. He's just one of those typical, obviously Steve Asmussen, well turned out with all of his runners, but this horse just was a cut above everybody in this group. The minute I saw him, and I thought, wow. And it's so exciting when you handicap a race and you think a horse has ability and you get in front of them and their physical just matches and checks every single box. Stout sprinter, a massive engine on him, well muscled. He really responded clearly from that time he got over the summer, coming back with that blowout win on that 89 Beyer speed figure. And I just could not get over how fantastic that he looked physically. Now, don't discredit the Remington Park or Asmussen shippers as far as that's concerned. He's taken advantage to back of his Texas bred status there at Lone Star Park, a racetrack that is home for me. So I really, everything matched up for me for him on paper. I thought 4-1. He's taking a little bit of money as we get closer to post time, but he looked fantastic. But I just could not accept a short price on Invictus. Now listen, I get it. It's the first time gelding. Looks like he was privately sold there to the owner of Serengeti Empress there, Joel Politi, and of course our colleague Tom Amos, who sends this horse out for the very first time. Very familiar with the family, as he did, of course, as Mig mentioned, trained the dam. coming off the time away. You have to ask yourself in the final leg of a pick 6 if this horse is going to respond to the ultimate equipment change of being a gelding and really going to flash that form here. I opted for the 4 here. I just have my qualms about him. I saw him, of course, over the summer at Saratoga, where he just didn't get involved in his race. He was empty. He seemed like maybe a distracted type horse that's just, when he's good, we see a 92 Beyer speed figure, and of course that impressive effort earlier this year at Keeneland in April. But I find that he's one that I didn't want to accept an overly short price. I want to see how he's responding to that equipment change, and hopefully moving forward he can get on the right track. But I landed on the 1, raised the bar, as I mentioned, liked him on paper, and I could not get over him physically, Chris.
Thank you very much, Megan. And raise the bar right now. If you have that horse on your ticket in the pick 6, raise the bar. $26,000 would be the will pay. Wow. And taking a look at the NyraBets app right now, there's some big will pays. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But the 10 is deservedly now taking that action at 9-5. The 1 at 7-2. And now you're seeing those mid-range prices again at this 6 furlong distance. Another tough race. Anywhere else we can go if you're taking a look at outside of the 1 in this 10th and final?
Well, I thought Sinner's Sin had a little bit of a look. The 8 horse at 9-1, a good price. Ron Moquette has gotten off to a tremendous start at this early Oaklawn Park stand. Had a great meet there last year. Basically, Ron's house is adjacent to the backstretch. He truly is the mayor of Oaklawn, Hot Springs. I walked in there last year, Chris. The first day I needed a haircut. Mm-hmm. And I mentioned it to Ron. I see he's on his phone. Hangs up his phone, says, go down to this address, 15 minutes, they're waiting for you, they're going to get a haircut. And he gets anything done there. Horse is owned by Louis Sella, the owner of the racetrack, and he's run some very good races at Oaklawn Park.
All right, we'll see what happens there with the number 8 and Sinner's Sin, as you spoke about. And if it's the 7 or 9 that win this finale, you might be able to buy a house, Meg. I mean, you got $146,000 in the will pay for the 7. And that's going to be Gun Flash, taking a look at the Ray Ashford trainee. And then the 9 is a big number, Orange Diablo, returning $292,000 right now. That's the will pay currently that I'm seeing.
You know what I love about this is that you go to the races, you could actually leave with more money than you came with. You could have a great day, great time, have a life-changing score potentially, right?
And also, the 2 or the 3, Cybertown and Missin' Hollywood, can we make a case there? Because that would trigger another carryover in the Class 6. And do they have a shot? I mean, Shea Stewart's won a race. Manny Esquivel's on the 3. He's won a race today.
Yeah, listen, we've seen at times some unlikely results because you're getting horses from all different jurisdictions. But go to a ball game. You might have a great time. You are not leaving with more money than you came from. At racing, a whole nother story.
Some life-changing scores here in the 10th and final. We'll see what happens, and good luck to the bettors out there. If you're still alive, it's the Classics. It's a 10th race at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
And we're off. An eventful break afterwards. Cybertown took up at the start. A scramble for early supremacy. Raised the bar, is quarter horsed out of there and grabs the lead. Missin' Hollywood's in that group. Run Jalen Run. Sinner's Sin is parked 4 wide, farther out Invictus. 5 pass off the rail, easing off the Speed Brigade. Down the back stretch they go here. Orange Diablo in the 6th spot, just ahead of B-Sud. Then comes Gun Flash, 6 clear of Inexorable. And Cybertown well out of it as they go towards the far turn. Raise the bar, narrow lead going into the turn. Run Jalen Run's making a 3 wide sweep. Cybertown between them. And Sinner's Sin is parked 4 deep, but he's moving up as they round the far turn. Invictus is right outside of horses now, trying to get outside as they come to the top of the lane. Run Jalen Run's in front. On the outside, Sinner's Sin's trying to reel him in. He's under a hard ride to do it, though, as they come off the turn. Invictus looking for a spot, nowhere to go as they come down the lane. Run Jalen Run's in front. Sinner's Sin's giving way. Here comes Invictus up the inside in B-Sud. Run Jalen Run still there with a 16th to go, and here comes Inexorable down the center of the course, and Inexorable is run to the lead, and Inexorable gives Christian Torres a hat trick. Run Jalen Run second, B-Sud third. Gun Flash was next.
No dead heat this time. Inexplorable gets the big rush down the center of the racetrack there. Trainer David Jacobson, Christian Torres picks up another tally on the day. Just got rolling there, was off the lead, but gets the job done in the finale.
Comes from well off the pace. Look, he just found his best stride when Christian Torres was able to guide him out to the clear, get out from behind the other horses, the kickback thrown in their face. And this horse has now only run 3 times at the 6 furlong distance. Second win at the distance.
Yeah, this is the first win at Oaklawn Park. Had a second, a third, but you get a jockey that is riding very confidently no matter how far back, and look at how far back he is one more time. And this isn't the last race we just saw. This was a decent break, but look at him start to pick up horses here.
And I love the way he made the corner into the stretch before he started easing out. He didn't angle out and lose ground going sideways. He sifted out to the clear. That was textbook. That's exactly how you're taught to do it when you're a kid. Christian Torres obviously learned his lessons well, but boy, talk about an effort here from inexorable David Jacobson. Man, he's got this horse in really good form the way he jumped in off the quarter pole.
Inexorable would trigger a $32,000 plus, $32,469 it looked like in the Class 6 to round things out.
Inexorable. Is that, I'm saying it properly now, inexorable?
Yeah, I had to take a second glance at it, but I think you got it. Inexorable.
And we have a meaning?
No, you were supposed to study that part.
All right, when we come back from our break.
We got plenty more coming up here tomorrow, too, that we're going to see on the card at Oaklawn, as we've had the great stakes today. But you got the poinsettia. I mean, you take a look at the holiday season, of course, $150,000, fillies and mares, going the 5.5 furlongs, so it's going to be a quick sprint. And now we're going to look at Hillarito off of this effort, and that would have been in Churchill's last race back in November.
Yeah, and this is another David Jacobson runner, and she got her stakes win here in the Dream Supreme after a couple of really good efforts. This filly has never, this mare I should say, has never run a bad race. 8 starts, 6 wins, 2 seconds. You gotta love that kind of honesty and determination, right? That consistency.
Yeah, those hard-trying horses. We'll see if Hillarito can get the job done at the 5.5 furlong distance. Going to be your 6-5 favorite with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Eric Asmussen is going to be aboard. Benedetta, who comes from Mahoning, actually, and we're going to look at this effort not too long ago, but another strong effort there for Benedetta.
Yeah, and she's also run some really good races last season, I should say, not last year. She won the American Beauty. She was second in the Carousel. So she has shown an affinity for Oaklawn Park. She's consistent. She's hard-knocking. Listen, you got to respect Hillarito. You also got to respect Benedetta because she has kept some pretty salty company.
Yeah, running pretty game there, and coming into the poinsettia here tomorrow, and a field of 6 is going to be signed on. You got Jersey Pearl in there too, $150,000. That'll be tomorrow here on America's Day at the Races. And there's Christian Torres. Once again, he's going to ring the bell. He's going to be in the winner's circle. A tremendous effort for Inexorable. It's a tough one. You're tricky now. David Jacobson trainee, but a really big rush and a nice return, and over $32,000 once again in the pick 6.
Real patient effort, and Inexorable means impossible to stop, prevent, or persuade.
Wow, impressive. Looking it up right there on the spot. Great day of racing there at Oaklawn Park. Thank you again to Megan Burgess, who was trackside, and we'll see her plenty throughout this season. It was Spirited Boss, Sammy Marin, who got the job done. Our next show is going to be tomorrow at 2:30. Up until 6, Rattle and Roll. Got the job done for Joel Rosario, the Hall of Famer. We're going to be on FS1, so come on back tomorrow for more America's Day at the Races and exciting races on FS1.